Hi there, birdies. Welcome back to the nest. So today we have the one that you've been waiting for so long. This is the Future Spouse series, which is your future kid. So we already kind of looked into your first kid a little bit in the last Future Spouse video, which was your firsts. So your first time together, your first kiss, your first date, all of those things. So definitely go check it out if you haven't yet. But you can watch this as a standalone, let's say it. And it's just for fun if you want to look into your first with your future spouse and everything. In this video, all the videos are just for fun. But anyways, so today we're having a little detailed look into your future kids. So we're gonna pull 4 cards for each, and then we're gonna see if you're gonna have less than 4, more than 4. We're gonna figure that out. And then for each kid, we are going to look at their personality. We're going to look at them as a child, as a young adult, and as an adult, to see sort of their evolution and who they become and everything. We're going to look at their relationship with, the relationship between the two of you as a family, the relationship with the world, and there we'll have a little glimpse into what their love life may look like, how do they relate with career and all that. And we're going to finish it up after we look into each of the kids. We're going to look into messages. Why can't I speak today? It's not even Mercury retrograde yet. Messages from your spirit babies. What do they want you to know right now? What are the messages that you need to hear? Okay. So if you're excited for that, definitely smash the like button. I would really appreciate it. But yeah, so we have 4 beautiful pals with us today. We are choosing by the decks again, or you can choose by the crystals, but for pile number 1, we have some rose quartz and the modern tarot. I believe that's what it's called. Or the anatomy tarot. I feel like there are 2 names for this deck. But yeah. We also have for pile number 2, the Tangerine quartz with tarot of the divine. For pile number 3, we have some Mangano Calcite with the Light Seer Tarot. And last but not least, for pile number 4, they actually go pretty well together. We have the Moonstone with the Wandering Moon Tarot. Alrighty, so as always, you can choose by the timestamps, you can choose by the crystals. These timestamps are going to be down below, so if you're choosing by the timestamps, you can choose, you can see if there's a particular pile that has a lucky number for you or a synchronicity that you really like. You can also choose by the decks, but whenever you're ready, I'll see you over there. Hi there, pile number 1, welcome to your reading. So if you chose the rose quartz and the modern tarot, anatomy tarot, whatever this deck is called, welcome in. You're definitely in the right place. So let's get here into your future kids. If you want to see what we're going to look at specifically, definitely check the intro where I show you my little list of things that we're going to look at. But let's get started here by trying to figure out how many kids you're going to have, or at least how many kids want to show up. But let's see. Ooh, okay. So we have the 8 of Swords. Future kids from pile number 1. We have the 10 of Cups. We have the Fool. And we have the 3 of Swords, sorry. So, what my intention with this was that we are going to count the major arcanas, which are, the Fool, the Devil, the Lovers, all of those cards, and the court cards, which are the Kings, Queens, Knights, Pages, has children, okay? So out of these 4, you only have 1 major arcana or court card, which is this Fool. So I'm kind of getting that you will only have 1 children or 1 child. And it could be that, the other ones you kind of try, but it doesn't really work. Or I feel like, especially with the 10 of Cups, there's this feeling of like you may even desire to have more children, but maybe it's not possible. Maybe one thing that I'm picking up on is that you could actually find your person, a little bit later on in life. And so It's not that you don't really have the time, but maybe you're not in the place that you want to have too many children. Maybe you just want a little bit of peace and quiet. But I definitely feel like there is definitely one child here that is going to be very significant for you, and I feel like you're going to be very happy about it. We also have, it's interesting because we also have this King of Swords and the Strength card bottom of the deck, which are both Major Arcana and a Core card. So this would count as a child, but I almost feel like there is this feeling of like, I don't know, like you've waited too long and so now you cannot like conceive children, or I don't know, there is a feeling of perhaps you're not in the right mental state to have more children. You know, this could also be your partner. It's like you both just decide, you know, maybe it's best if we just stop it there. You know, if we just have one child and that's it. But with that being said, let's have our look into this beautiful fool here, which is, you know, your child. I really love this. Let's try and get a little more depth into your child's personality. What can you tell us about the personality? All right. So we have the Seven of Wands, we have the Four of Swords. I kind of get this feeling that in terms of personality-wise, your first kid, or, you know, this kid, I do feel like there's... Oh, okay, so another thing that I'm picking upon is that you could actually have more children, but from, like, other marriages or something. Maybe you already actually have those children, and this is saying that you're going to have another one with the person that you're currently connecting with, or with someone that you're about to meet. So take that message if it resonates, but I do feel like there could be like, maybe not from your side, but from your partner's side. It's like they were already married before, and so they could have children of their own, and then you'll have this one in common, okay? So that could be a message for someone out there. But let's go back into this child and talk a little bit about them. So I do feel like they're going to be a really, really funny child. I feel like they're going to be a little bit of the goof of the family. But I love this because I feel like they're also going to be quite compassionate and quite loving and caring. I feel like they're the type of person that, I don't know, I feel like they are independent. Because, you know, I'm kind of looking at this main card that first comes out, has the main house of astrology that kind of influences them. And I get this feeling like Aries, that is the first house. I do feel like they're very independent and they're very much, you know, focused on themselves. But I feel like there's also this care and this, like, I don't know, it's like I want to be the best person that I can so I can provide to you, you know? So in their case, I do feel like it could come through humor, maybe even sarcasm. I feel like they could be a bit sarcastic at times. But it's like it's their way to light things up. It's their way to provide with joy and happiness to others. And I really feel like it's like I want to gosh, I'm burping so much. I want to be a happy, joyful person. I want to be the best person that I can so I can lift other people up. And I feel like that is really what their main goal, especially in the family environment, is going to be. Maybe even career-wise, but I definitely feel like they're going to be it's like they always bring lightness to the house and to the environment whenever they're around. I do feel like they could actually move out quite early in their life, possibly to go to college or something, or even to go to some fancy school or something. But I definitely feel like this person is super chill. I don't really feel like they're going to be involved in drama, especially if it is that thing of like you already have children, or your partner already has children from another marriage or another relationship. I don't think this person is going to, you know, get any drama with it. I do feel like they're going to be surrounded with love, especially with this Hierophant. I feel like they're going to be conceived with love. And I definitely get these feelings like they just want to protect the family. They just want to have a nice family environment. So I do feel like this person is really, really nice. I also feel like with the Seven of Wands, there is a feeling of no matter what, I'm going to fight it, I'm going to make it. I feel like this is the spirit of a fighter. Not necessarily in the sense of they're going to have a lot of struggles and challenges to overcome. I mean, everyone has them, right? But I feel like they always look at them with the eyes of, I can do this. Like, this is just another little hiccup. You know, I'm going to go through this and I'm going to be able to survive this. I'm going to be able to overcome this. I'm going to make it. And I feel like they also take that very seriously when it comes to their career. I feel like they'll have this particular goal and this particular vision for their life that it's like, I'm not going to give up until I have it. and I know that I deserve it. I know that I can do it. I know I'm gonna make mama, dada proud, and that's what I want. I want to see their smile on their faces. So I really get this feeling like this could be a very, I don't know, family person. They just want. I'm hearing they just want to be loved, but I feel like they will be. It's just that I feel like they don't want to disappoint anyone, so I feel like they could sometimes be a bit hard on themselves, especially when it comes to your expectations and your partner's expectations. And I feel like it could, I don't know, I feel like they could sometimes be a little bit too demanding with themselves, especially when it comes to career goals. Because I really feel like there's this feeling of, I really don't want to disappoint you. I really don't want to, I don't want you to feel like I'm a failure, This could actually stem from past lives, this feeling of like them feeling like a failure or them feeling like they will disappoint someone. It could come from a past life, actually, and that could be the thing that they're kind of here to learn and to grow and to heal from, if that makes sense. So let me just drink a little water. I'm sorry. And let's get a little more information. I kind of want to pull a couple flower cards to see what their main flower energy is going to be. And these could actually be flowers that, I don't know, you could bring forward in their birth or could make them feel better. It could actually turn out to be their favorite flower, but let's see. What do we have? So we have over here the Snapdragon, graciousness and benevolence, no act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted. See, I do feel like this person is just going to be so freaking kind, and I feel like they're just going to want everyone to be happy. Yeah, beauty and happiness. I think of beauty is a joy forever. I just love this. So there's that confirmation of like them just wanting, I don't know, everyone to be happy and everyone to feel safe, to feel in a safe environment, And I feel like they could also have like a 9 for pretty things. I don't know. Like they could have, maybe even in terms of career, they could do something with aesthetic things, with art, even with beauty. And I just feel like they could also have like a really tuned sense of style. It's that thing. I feel like they're going to know from a very young age, like who they are. What is the type of clothes that they want, that they like, that they don't like? How do I like to style my hair? I feel like they're also going to very easily, especially with, the internet and all that, they're going to find inspiration very easily. And I don't know, like, I don't think that they're going to be afraid to explore themselves and to figure out what they want and to figure out what they're into, what they're not into. I feel like, I'm hearing a picky eater, but I feel like that would be more as a child, because I feel like then as they grow up, they could actually, it's almost like they're a picky eater for the most common things, but like the rare, really out there flavors, they're super into it. It's like simple flavors has, I don't know, oregano they don't like, but then they like this strong flavor curry or something like that. They could have like this strong sense of, I feel like they like to make a move. I feel like they like to be seen. They like to be, for people to know them. And so I feel like they will like, I don't know, perhaps like a really out there fashion sense or something. I feel like they're going to like to dress really nicely. But they're just so kind and so pure. It's just love this. You're raising such a beautiful child. But we also have Bird of Paradise, self-acceptance, you are so much more. And we have Cyclamen, resignation, say goodbye to what you no longer need. So I really feel like with this Cyclamen, there's that feeling of like the past life, and especially that attached to the self-acceptance. I feel like, I don't know, there's a feeling of them perhaps at first, while they're trying to know themselves and finding that inspiration, it's like they can get lost in copying other people, and they can get lost in always changing their style, always changing who they are, always changing, how things go and how they view life. I do feel like their kindness is never really going to leave, but I feel like especially the part of them being demanding with themselves and being really hard on themselves, to be honest, I'm kind of picking up on a little bit of a like Virgo Libra cusp kind of energies. But I feel like that sense of them being hard to themselves, I really feel like that's something that they need to heal. And like fully embracing who they are and what they do, and finding value in just their pure existence, because I feel like they are who they are mainly for other people, mainly to make other people happy, to make their family happy specifically. And I feel like sometimes they forget about themselves and they forget about their happiness, and really like, I don't know, just embracing who they are, and just also embracing their weird taste. Because again, I don't think that they will have a problem exploring themselves, perhaps especially at an early age. But then, not necessarily that they're going to face some bullying, but maybe then there's like a fashion trend and everyone is into that and they're not. And they're like, oh my God, I'm going to miss this out. So I feel like they could have a little bit of struggle with it. But I definitely feel like, especially with this self-acceptance, you are so much more. I feel like these are things that this person would say to everyone. It's like they always have I feel like they'll have such an easy way and like such an easy view on everyone. Like, I see this quality and this power and this I don't know, this powerful, beautiful trait that you have. But then I feel like when it comes to them looking at themselves, they may be a bit hard. And I feel like they sometimes may struggle with that. But I also feel like when it comes to friends, this person could be a bit of a loner. I've not necessarily. I feel like they just could take their time getting to know people. I feel like they could take their time really finding the friend, because I feel like they will rely so much on family and they're so independent that I feel like and I also feel like maybe at first people could take some advantage of this person. But I definitely feel like there is this feeling of, I don't know, they just want to make sure that the friends that they have are actually true friends. And I almost get this feeling, it's like they won't find, how do I phrase this? It's like they won't find the relationship or the friendship has supportive or has aligned with them, has the relationship between, in the family will be. Which is beautiful, but it's also kind of sad because this person is kind of missing out on, I don't know, on friendships and connecting with people, So, yeah. But let's take a look at them. Has a child, young adult, and then adult to kind of see their evolution. So, tell me more about them. Has a child. Oh, yeah, look at that. We have the lovers. Aww. I'm really curious to see when we pull like the relationship between the two of you, or just, relationship with the family. I'm really curious to see what comes out. But them has a young adult. We have the Knight of Pentacles. See? Okay. And has an adult. Oh my, you're going to have a rich baby. But I definitely feel like this person will have eventually the children of their own, a beautiful family, maybe even like a big ass family. I wouldn't be surprised. I do feel like they could actually meet the love of their life quite soon in their life. I don't think that they will move out because of it. We were talking about like them moving out really early on, and then we have the Nine of Pentacles on their young adult phase. So I really feel like they could move out as a young adult again for college. They could even like travel to the other side of the world for college or something. Or they have like this really amazing scholarship even before college. There's something around those lines. I really feel like their young adult age, it's definitely going to be, I feel like it's going to be their best period. Or I don't know, I feel like especially this period, I feel like it's going to be amazing. Young adults moving forward, I feel like they're just going to thrive, because I feel like that's truly when they find themselves. I feel like here has a child. Let's go back a little bit. I feel like them has a child. We have the lovers, which I definitely feel like it's this thing of like they're always on the fence. They're trying to get to know themselves, but at the same time they don't want to disappoint anyone, and at the same time they don't want to miss out. And so even on the things that they don't like, they don't want to miss them out, because then they would be an outcast or something. But I don't know, I just feel like this person is just going to be so lovey-dovey and so like, oh, I love and I love being kind, and the world is amazing. I feel like they're just going to really love it. I do feel like sometimes they could have I feel like they could have a little hard time making friends, because I feel like it's not that other people are going to bully them. There is a potential for it, but I do get this feeling of, I don't know, I feel like people are going to feel intimidated by their love, like it happens today. And so I feel like to be honest, I feel like it would be up to you to kind of make sure and reassure them that just, the way you are is just freaking amazing. It's perfect. It's who you are. So don't stop being that person just to, I don't know, just to make other people happy. You should be yourself. And I definitely feel like there is this feeling of them really, I don't know, just like following their heart hugely and maybe sometimes being a little bit impulsive. Um, and I feel like the impulsiveness especially comes from a place of, I don't know, they see someone struggling and they see someone, man, I feel like, I feel like your kid is going to be so kind. Gosh. There's faith in humanity. But I feel like this kid is going to be the type of person that sees someone crying and is not going to just see, ignore, and keep walking. They're going to go to that person. They're going to be like, are you okay? Is there anything that you need? Can I give you something? And I feel like they're just going to try and be there for strangers, and even for friends, but especially for strangers, alone strangers more than anything. And I feel like they're going to be an alone stranger themselves, because again, I see them having a really beautiful, solid community with the family, not so much, especially as a child, not so much like having really, really close friends. But they could have. I feel like possibly it's just like one friend or maybe even one friend that they kind of grow up with. Maybe it may even be like a cousin, or something like that, But yeah, I definitely feel like with this Nine of Pentacles in their young adult, I don't see them kind of connecting with other people either. I do. Oh, by the way, I wouldn't be surprised if, especially if it is someone that they are sexually attracted to, in the future, that this kind of, I don't know, this bestie during their childhood that then kind of becomes their partner. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, actually. But I'm sorry I'm coughing so much. Gosh, I wasn't like this when I woke up. But let's go back here into their young adult energy. I do feel like they could either start a business really young, or they know their path really at a very early stage, and they could really start to build an income, build a really like prosperous state and stability for themselves, a very prosperous life for themselves. I feel like they're at this point, I really feel like in their young adult age, it's really like the peak of their self-discovery, I feel like it's really when they are going to own to the things that they want and not being afraid to stand out, not being afraid to to say like, oh, you like this? Great. Actually, I don't, but I like this. And I totally respect you. I totally admire you. And I hope nothing but the same from you. And I just feel like here they're totally owning it. They're totally like being who they want to be, acting the way they want to act, creating what they want to create. And I feel like that's definitely where their kind of sense of that thing of like the sense of fashion and the way that they like to dress, that may be a little bit more out there. I feel like that's definitely when they start shaping up and they start really becoming that person and not being afraid to become that person. So that's really great. I also feel like there's something around like they could make a name for themselves really early on. I'm here like 20 to 26 specifically, and they're 23 could be their golden age in terms of career and them making a name for themselves. And I really feel like they're going to grow hugely. And I feel like they're really, again, I wouldn't be surprised if this person has like a business of their own really early on, or they're really ascending the ladder really, really quickly at a very young age. Because I feel like they're really smart, but more than anything, I feel like they're really creative and they're not afraid. It's nothing of the perseverance, the resilience. I don't think that they're afraid of going after the things that they want, and so they're gonna go get it. I also get something here. I'm also getting something a little bit like not necessarily revenge, but you know, if there were people in their childhood ages that didn't really want to see them win and didn't really want to, for them to be who they are, there's a little bit of like, look at me now, bitch. Like, I feel like they're just gonna be like flipping their hair and feeling like a queen, feeling like a king, like I rule the world. Like, look at me now and look at you. I don't think it comes from a bad point. I just feel like they understand. If there was especially bullying, I feel like now they understand not how bad it was, but like how mean those people were, and I feel like now they're just so proud of themselves. And I feel like that is going to be even bigger when they come here into their adult ages. And I really feel like with the Ten of Pentacles, again, they have a family of their own. We even have here a little page. So I feel like you're going to meet your grandchildren and you're going to love them, absolutely love them. I actually feel like your grandchildren could be quite witty. It could be like, I don't know, I feel like there's this feeling of like creating schemes and like, perhaps like even pranking people. I feel like you're going to have a blast as a grandparent. But I definitely feel like this person is going to be Ten of Pentacles. There's, I don't know, like some growth when it comes to career. They're definitely like totally thriving. And I even feel like they're, if they weren't before, they could definitely be in a even higher position, like CEO, being their own boss. I feel like there's a lot of freedom, to be honest. And I feel like they're spending a lot of time with their children, with their family, with you, even. They could also travel the world quite a bit. And there's also something, like, it's so beautiful to see here. It's almost like here, they were starting to blossom, they were starting to plant some seeds, and here it's just, like, fully blossomed, and I feel like they could have, like, multiple sources of income. It's just, like, this whole wilderness, but it's a good wilderness. I feel like I feel like they keep finding and discovering things about themselves, I feel like they never really get tired of it, and I feel like they're, I don't know, I kind of hear this thing of, like, I'm gonna make my younger self proud, and if my younger self would see me now, like, they will be totally amazed and so freaking living it, because I definitely feel like here, especially child ages, there's a bit of people pleasing, and I definitely feel like here in the adult ages, especially when it comes to family, there's this feeling of, nah, I know mom and dad are proud, or mom and mom, whatever. But I know they're proud, There's also something about like grandparents. So either your parents or your partner's parents could be quite an influence to this person. Not necessarily an influence, but I feel like they could get along pretty well. And so I feel like I don't know, they feel like they've made their grandparents proud. So, or a particular one, it may be like a grandfather specifically. I'm kind of getting that. But yeah, so let's see here. What do we have for the relationship between the two of you, between the family? Look at that. We have the Three Cups. Yeah, I really love this. I feel like you're just going to have so much fun. And I feel like you could actually, I don't know, there's this feeling like you could go on like dates a lot. You could, I don't know, take them to the park a lot. I feel like they're really going to value like quality time. But I feel like they're going to, you could be going to the park a lot, or you could be going to, I don't know, like take them to the zoo, and then on the next month you actually take them to oh gosh, I don't know, I'm totally blanking on this, but it's like, I feel like you would take them to a lot of places, and I feel like they're just gonna have so much fun. I feel like that's why they just have this strong connection with you guys, and it's just like, I love my family, why would I want anyone else? And I really wouldn't be surprised if there is, especially because we have this Three Cups, Ace of Cups. I really wouldn't be surprised if a childhood friend, like the kid of your best friend or something like that, they would kind of connect, and then at first it just starts as friends, and they may even see each other as, you're just another cousin, you're just another friend, you're just another kid that I can play with, and I feel like it could turn into this Ace of Cups, it could turn into a brand new lover. But I definitely feel like there's just going to be so much joy. I feel like everyone, even your, um, aunts, cousins, anything, if you eventually, that thing of like especially with the three cups, like the third party family, I feel like they're just going to get along with everyone and they're just going to have a blast. I feel like they're really going to love spending time with you and getting to know people, especially, I feel like especially newborns. Um, so in this case, like their nieces and nephews, I feel like they're just going to love them and they're just going to want to spend time with them. And I feel like they're going to have a lot of fun. I don't know. I love this. Your kid is so cute. I can't wait to meet him. But let's get here a little bit into relationship with the world, which we kind of already picked up on that a little bit. But what do we have? We have the two cups. Yeah, I really feel like they're going to be of service. I feel like, especially when it comes to career, they're really going to be super hard workers, and I really feel like they're going to not stop until they have it. They could also, I'm also hearing dancing. They could also be into dance. I'm not sure if it is has a career or has a hobby. That could also be their way of communicating. They could communicate a lot with their body language. But I definitely feel like they're just going to try and look at the best in the world. And I feel like they're just going to treat everyone in the world with kindness and like their family and like they're in a relationship with everyone, And those strangers, I feel like they're just going to, it's not that they're going to matter a lot, but I feel like this person will want them to matter. I feel like this person would make sure that everyone feels seen and everyone feels safe and everyone feels okay and respected and admired. And maybe that's where their business kind of comes from. It comes from that value of everyone should feel part of this world and like they deserve to be part of this world. I feel like they just have such a beautiful energy and heart and maybe even purpose, but I feel like they're going to have an amazing relationship with the world. I feel like they're going to be hopeless optimistic. Again, maybe a little bit of a people pleasing at first, but I feel like then it just comes, has service and not necessarily has people pleasing. And I feel like they're really going to work really hard. I also feel like when it comes to, for example, teammates, coworkers, bosses, I feel like everyone is going to love them. I feel like everyone is just going to be like, oh yeah, pound everyone's kid, of course. Such a sweet soul, I feel like everyone is just, first of all, everyone is going to know your kid. But I feel like everyone also has a kind word to say. I feel like they're just going to be this type of people, like, even if you wanted to talk bad, you would say something and everyone around would know, like, you're talking shit. Like, that is not even true, because I feel like they're just going to be such a beautiful, beautiful soul. I love this. Okay, so let's see here. Is there anything that I've missed? Anything you want to add? Anything else that we need to know? So, yeah, look at that. This is beautiful. Financial health, life purpose. So I really feel like they're going to be quite connected with the life purpose straight away. I feel like they're really going to know exactly what they want out of life, exactly what they're supposed to do, and they're just going to do it. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if they start this really young. But we also have commitment. So there we go. I really feel like they're going to find their person really early on in life. And we also have answers. To be honest, I kind of feel like they, especially this coming through with happiness, I feel like their answers always comes from the heart. But also, I feel like they could have, I did see psychic abilities before, so they could have a really strong connection with their spirit guides, and I feel like they're really going to know how to use them and how to tap into them. So we also have intelligent. Before we jump into any messages your spirit baby has for you, we have long hair. Woo. All right. So we have we're pet owner. Interesting. We have Taurus. We have self-employed. There we go. We also have Cancer. Definitely family is going to be related with them or important to them. We also have funny. We have doctor. Parties and friends. Anything else? Okay. So we have cuddles. So I really feel like this person is just a sweetie pie. And we have Aquarius. So those could definitely be significant times for you, Aquarius, Taurus, Cancer. We also have, by the way, Aries and Gemini. I was kind of picking up on that. Virgo, Libra energy could totally be a Taurus, Gemini as well. But yeah, It could be, especially with this thing of like wanting to be of service to others. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a self-employed healer, whatever that is. Okay. But yeah, what else? I feel like there are more messages, but I feel like, yeah, for some reason I feel like there are more messages and I know of them, but I'm not supposed to say. So I don't know. Maybe this is stuff for you to figure out as you go. But yeah, maybe these are things that you kind of, because I feel like it's related with the signs. So it could be like significant seasons for you, even in the relationship where like people that are going to be significant to this person. Maybe this is one of your signs, or your partner's signs or something. That would be really, really cool. Because I feel like you're the one that is supposed to pick up on this message eventually. But let's see what they have for you. What do they want you to know? You know, they're watching you from, maybe for some they're watching you from your belly or from your partner's belly, if this kid is already on the way. But you know, they're watching you from whatever the universe holds on these souls. And they have messages for you on your current path. Okay, so we have Earth School, life lessons, soul growth, study, higher learning. We have the right path is the one you choose to take. It is up to you. We have boundaries. Where do you need to establish better boundaries? And starseed, what lights you up? And then messages that they would like to tell you. We have childhood hobby. And I'm scared. So there is this message of like, you could be scared to follow through with something that lights you up. That could be a childhood hobby. But it's time to get going. Because I really feel like that would, it's that thing. It's like the right path you choose. The right path is the one you choose to take, and it is up to you to choose that path. And I feel like the path here is really to focus on a passion and to pursue it. There's something around those lines. I also feel like there could be someone that could make you scared specifically that this is not going to work. Maybe this is someone that tries to push you out of that place, or I don't know, maybe they don't support you fully. And I feel like it is time for you to kind of move away from it a little bit and really connect with your higher knowing. And because I feel like you already know what you need to do, it's like, trust it. Don't be afraid to follow your heart. You know, this could even be something that this kid would teach you in the future. You know, as you connect with them in the 3D, as a parent, I feel like they could teach you how to follow more your heart and how to trust more, have more faith, have more, perhaps an optimistic view, you know. But I definitely feel like, you know, whatever you're going through right now, it is happening for you, not to you. And I definitely feel like, I don't know, there's this feeling of like everything is happening exactly as it's supposed to. Go with the flow and appreciate the ride. And do whatever you can to make your life, to create happiness in your life. Okay, I feel like that's something that they want to say. Because I really feel like there is a path that you want to take, but maybe you're afraid that it's just going to be another lesson. Maybe this is about a relationship. And I feel like they're saying, please go towards it, okay? Because does it light you up? That's all you need to answer. Does it light you up? Does it make you feel good? Does it make you feel excited, powerful, unstoppable? Then freaking do it, okay? That's all you need to know. If it lights you up, that is the answer, okay? And then I definitely feel like you may need to push someone away that doesn't make you feel that good, okay? Or even another hobby or a career path that doesn't really make you feel that way, okay? So yeah, path number 1, this is what I have for you. This was awesome. So I hope you're excited to have this baby in your life, because I'm super proud of you for raising a child like this. You know, I'm proud of your future self, I guess. If you already have this kid, then it'd actually be interesting. So definitely let me know in the comments how this resonates for you. What are your thoughts on this? But don't forget to smash like button for me and to subscribe if you haven't already. I would love to have you here if you want to see more readings like this one. And what else? If you want to check your individual signs readings, you can definitely check that out on the Sunny Virgo and the Sunny Virgo Tarot. It depends if you're a cusp or a regular sign. And if you want to dive deeper into any of this, anything, definitely check out my private readings. The link is going to be down below. And if you want to support me any further, you can also check out my Patreon, where I have self-care content and twin flame readings. Okay? So, with that being said, that is it. I love you very much. I wish you the freaking best, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello, path number 2. So if you chose the Tangerine Quartz, this is your reading. And we actually have another little crystal that wanted to come out for you, which is fluoride. So this is actually giving me a little sign that for some of you, you could actually have like twins. Or yeah, I don't know. Or you could be like, I don't know, you have a child and then really, a really short time afterwards, you get pregnant straight away. You has in a couple, you get pregnant straight away or something like that. Um, but yeah, it could also be like adopting. Maybe you were, it could be that you get pregnant, but then you adopt at the same time or something because you didn't think that you could get pregnant. It could be something around those lines. But we're gonna start here with how many children you're gonna have. Okay, we're gonna figure that out. And the way that I'm doing this is any major arcana or core card is going to symbolize a child, and any minor arcana, it's not going to be anything. Okay. But yeah, then we're going to look into a lot of in-depth information about each and every one of them. And if you want to know more about that, definitely check in the intro. Okay. So let's see here. Future children for pound number 2. What do we have? Oh, so we have the sun. That's nice. We have the 6 of cups. Hello. We have the page of cups. And we have the Knight of Swords. All right, so I definitely feel like you're going to have at least 3 children. These 3 children are the ones that your guides want us to talk about, but you could definitely have more. But I definitely feel like there could be something around. I feel like there's going to be a big age gap between your first to the second child, and it could even be that you kind of move places. So your first child, your maybe, I actually feel like it's the other way around. You could be somewhere in a foreign place, and then you go back home and actually have 2 children afterwards, which could be the, not necessarily twins, but it could be that there's a lot of, like, a short amount of time between one to the other, especially with the Knight of Swords. It's like, you're out, okay, it's my turn. So I definitely feel like there is this feeling of you having a first child that is going to be pretty old when you have the other 2 children. Okay. But yeah, so let's put these aside, and let's actually check first on the sun child, and then we'll look into each of these other children individually. Okay. So I'm going to put your little babies to the side, and let's start here with the sun. Dude, let's start by checking a little bit into their personality. Who are they, or who will be they? Maybe for some of you already have this child, but we have the 4 of Pentacles and the 3 of Pentacles. Okay, so personality-wise, I feel like this is going to be someone that, to be honest, I feel like they're not necessarily cold, but I feel like they're very into themselves. I do feel like they're very funny, very lighthearted. I'm seeing the zodiac signs that show up in these first cards. They symbolize like the major house of astrology that is affecting your child. So in this case, we have the sun, which is Leo, so it's the 5th house. So I do feel like this is someone that could be really into sports and really into their body, but I feel like at the same time, they could be a bit more closed off. To be honest, they could have a little hard time settling down. I don't think that they will have a relationship like straight away. They may get more into the adulthood like a little later on, let's say, to actually have a solid committed relationship, because they could be more into 5th house. That's also the house of sex. So I definitely feel like they could be more into casual stuff than actually committing to someone, because I definitely feel like with the 4 of Pentacles here, there's a feeling of like their heart being a little bit more closed off. I feel like they're an amazing person though. I just feel like they're more closed off and more in tune with themselves and with what they want to have in their life, and not necessarily too keen on spending time with other people. I also feel like they could be a little bit of an outcast. So, because like with these 3 of Pentacles, it's like they're doing their thing, and then there are people over there that, I'm not really a big fan of that. So they could have some Aquarius in their chart as well. Because I kind of get this feeling. Oh, it's so interesting because Aquarius is the sister sign of Leo. Because I kind of get this feeling like they could. What is the word? I just feel like they're a little bit out there. I feel like they are quirky. I don't know. I feel like they may like weird things, or at least other people could see them that way. There's something here around like they'll really feel comfortable. They won't feel comfortable showing their truest most authentic self to just anyone. You know, I feel like they could show this really strong, cold, I've got my shit together kind of front to everyone else. But when it comes to their, their childish, sweet, fun, loving side, I feel like they keep that in a little bit. They could also, when the other two children are born, they could also step into this role of leadership and really wanting to, I don't know, almost like be a parent to their siblings. So I definitely feel like they're going to take their role as big bro, big sis, very, very seriously. Very, very seriously. Because even here, in the Four of Pentacles, it's almost like they're protecting, it's almost like they're the bird. Or even the girl, it's like they're protecting your other eggs. So I definitely feel like there's a strong sense here of like them just wanting to protect everyone else, everyone around them, including you, including the family. And I just get this feeling like they have a sense of authority, purpose, responsibility more than anything, really, really strong in themselves from a very young age, I would say. Let's pull here some more cards, some flower cards to see what are their main flower energy. This could be flowers that you even get them, or just that symbolize them and may give us a little bit more information. But I definitely feel like they're very earthen. They could also have a little struggle with money. I feel like they could be a hoarder in the sense of money, not in material possessions. I feel like they could just save, and never really spend a lot of money. And I feel like sometimes they may miss out on things, opportunities, because they're always trying to be at their best place, They're always trying to be their best version. And it's like, I'm even having trouble channeling this child because I feel like they're just so closed off. I really feel like they could have a hard time making friends even, because I really feel like they keep pushing people away as a protection mechanism. And I feel like sometimes they forget that it's okay to let other people in, But we have thankfulness for understanding. Before we can forgive one another, we have to understand one another with hydrangea. And then we also have white rose, new start and wisdom. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. So yeah, I do feel like this person could also, your child could really also love to read and to, especially nonfiction, like really learning a lot and trying to figure out, discovering new things, figuring out how things work. I feel like that's something that is going to really make them feel good. We also have here tuberose, desire, be certain of where you place your passion. And white carnation, devotion, be true and pure in thought and deed. So I really get this sense of responsibility. I want to be the best person that I can be for my family, for everyone around me, and I really have to be in my best state. I really have to be in my best place. I really have to be the person that they can rely on. I feel like they could be a bit hard on themselves. And I definitely get this feeling of they have a lot more to give, but I feel like they stop themselves. Maybe even in terms of like a dream. To be honest, they could, maybe at first they could even like hide out a little dream that they have because they're afraid that you're not going to be able to provide it to them, or they're afraid that you're not going to like it. They're afraid that it's a bit too out there, I feel like they're going to be afraid that they're not going to be accepted or understood for their passions and for their dreams. But to be honest, I feel like more later on in life, just like later on in life, they would be more open to settling down with someone. I feel like they would be more open to pursue that and to actually make it happen, because I feel like they're just, I don't know, I feel like they're just going to get into this place of, you know what, screw it, I'm going to do it. And I definitely get this feeling of, I don't know why, but I get that their 40s are going to be really important. There's something around that. But I also feel like with this desire, there's a feeling of like, I don't know, like my passion is stupid or my passion is reckless. I really feel like a lot of this could come from a past life, by the way, because we start this off with the Ten of Swords. It's like their dreams are already dead before they're even born, something like that. Because I really feel like this is something that they need to break through in this life, and it could be very well related with their dreams, with their passion, something around that. I even feel like in a past life they could have been an orphan. And so I feel like that's where the sense of responsibility comes from. It's like, I have to take care of you while you're here. This is so interesting. I also feel like they could tend to overthink. And especially when it comes to, I don't know, it's like they got a B instead of an A, and they're like freaking out because it was a B. And oh my god, I should have gotten an A, you know? Because I feel like they're so smart, but I feel like they're also really hard on themselves. And they could, especially at a young age, they could be really focused on their grades. And so it's almost like they don't really want to deal with other people. They don't really want to be distracted or something like that. Because, like, there's a really strong sense of, like, being a provider, being the person that you can count on. Something around those lines. Let's take a look at their journey. Here, from a child to young adult to adult. So, them has a child. We have the devil. That's interesting. Them has a young adult. We have the world with the Eight of Pentacles also wanted to come out. And then them has an adult. We have the Tower, yeah. With the Nine of Pentacles, bottom of the deck. King of Pentacles, Six of Cups, King of Cups. I really love this because I really feel like them has an adult. There's really this feeling of it's when they really start to open up and to break free from their limitations. But they seem to have a really intense life. Gosh. Because we have the devil here in their... I even wonder what this is. It looks like corpses. But it's that thing of like, their dreams are already dead before they're even born. I really feel like they have some pretty strong karmic stuff to deal with. And I feel like that could be cleared up in their young adult. And when they get to the adult, it's actually when they shift everything and they really start acting on it. But I really feel like in their childhood ages, they could really not get along with people. I really feel like they're always really isolated. I really feel like I don't know, I don't think that they really get along with people, and I really feel like they just create walls and boundaries all over the place to really try to protect themselves and try to protect people. I feel like they're not the type of baby that goes to anyone, you know? It's like, I feel like they're really specific about that. And I feel like they could also have a pretty strong attachment to parents. So I don't know, I feel like they could have a little hard time letting you go. But it's like when they let you go, especially like young adults moving forward, it's like they're fully independent, fully like, I don't care about it. Not I don't care about it anymore, but I feel like they're really, really, I don't know, like, let me have my space, let me have my alone time, especially in teenage years, I would say. But I really get this feeling, I don't know, it even looks like there are spirits or something. This could be someone that also suffers a lot from nightmares, has a child. Wow, I really feel like this kid has a lot of karmic, like, past life stuff. And I feel like especially their early ages could be kind of tough, okay? But then when they move towards their young adult ages, it could be that they meet someone, but I feel like there could be some distance, or either physical or emotional, and they may get separated. And I feel like when the Tower comes, it could be that they kind of reconnect again. But I definitely feel like there is this feeling of, with the world in their young ages, young adult ages, it could be that, you know, they're just trying to create their own inner world, and they're just trying to focus a lot on building their career, building their finances, building the life that they think they want, you know, building the things that make sense and that bring stability to them. I feel like they're a very earthy energy here. We have Leo, Capricorn, we have Scorpio coming through, Taurus, like a very, very earthy type of energy. And I really feel like they're going to be like obsessed with career here, because I really feel like they could go through a kind of a tough breakup, because I really feel like they could have seen that person has like the love of their life, and I feel like it could have been a tough breakup, and so they kind of just choose to focus on career and what they want to create, the life that they want to have. And when they get to their adult ages, it's truly when they find all of this beautiful energy here It's like they allow themselves to dream. They allow themselves to do what they want. They allow themselves to fly high, to be independent while letting other people in, right? It's like this whole cold and really like, let me pull a wall here. I feel like that just dissipates and crumbles. And I really feel like they let this out. Still very protective, especially with family and their own family in the future. But I feel like they are more open, and I feel like they're more lighthearted, funnier, funnier to be around with, I would say. And I feel like they will kind of, I don't know, be in a better place. I feel like their adulthood is going to be quite nice. A bit of like a change, because I feel like they could even like show you a total different person, and you kind of have to get to know them again. But I feel like you always knew that this side of them was inside. It's just that they didn't let that show to other people. So let me see. What is the relationship between the two of you, or like in the family environment? And yeah, we have the Ten of Pentacles. I really feel like they're gonna really, really love you. And we have the King of Cups wanting to come through. We have the Knight of Wands. I feel like, especially in their family environment, I feel like they allow themselves to be who they are. But when it comes to other people and the outside world, let's actually pull that card already. Like the relationship with the world. We have the Fool with the Chariot here. So there's that thing of like the warrior, right? I have to face everything. I have to, I don't know, I'm always good. I'm always ready to fight. I'm always ready to go. But it's very unemotional, and here it's very like, I don't know, we're having fun. We're giving you us, there's some massages there. So there's this feeling of like relaxation, and I just feel good with you. I really feel like family is going to be a strong foundation for this person, a strong hold for this person. But I feel like when it comes to the rest of the world, they're really not good with showing love. It could be that at some point then comes this person and kind of breaks the pattern a little bit. But I definitely feel like overall, amazing relationship with family. I feel like they're gonna love you unconditionally. They're gonna love the family unconditionally. A strong sense of responsibility, wanting to take care of their siblings, wanting to take care of you, wanting to take care of everyone. And I definitely feel like here, when they're really thriving in their career, I feel like they are going to be able to do that and to support you financially if you need to. But I definitely feel like they want to be a provider, essentially. And for the world, there is really this thing of like, I'm unreachable, don't talk to me, That is really interesting. Let's see. Is there anything else I've missed for this first child? Is there anything else I've missed? Like, inspiration wanted to come out, and I really get this feeling. It's like they have a dream that they really want to accomplish, but they feel like they can't. Lighten your load, yeah. It's like there's inherently something that stops them from creating their dream life. I really feel like there's like some super strong karmic energy here. That's so freaking interesting. And look at that, yeah, closure. It's like when they find the closure for that karmic cycle, it's truly when they're able to commit to a person, and to commit to their career, and to commit to their dreams. Anything else I've missed? And we have transformation, yeah, with good luck. I really feel like their later ages, I really keep getting like, I keep hearing 40. I feel like 40 forward, it's going to be like their golden age. Because I feel like that's truly when they're transforming, they're really, I don't know, becoming their best self. And following their heart, following their dreams. I really love that. So, what do we have here? We have Pisces. But it's almost like Pisces is the ruler of the 12th house of, the subconscious mind and dreams and all of that. And I feel like that energy is frozen, right? I did see chefs, so maybe, oh yeah, and we even have food. So maybe like their dream is to be a chef or to cook or something like that. And they don't do that. We also have long conversations. I really feel like they love to learn and to talk about like deep issues. Yeah, spirituality and philosophy. Gosh, I really feel like they love to explore the mind and the world, and that's something that they really love. We also have healer, countryside, and brown eyes. Anything else? Come here. We also have green eyes, and we have fire. So again, it's like they have a fire within them that I feel like it's almost like they're wise awakened, And I really feel like they allow themselves to be that person and to create whatever they want. So I feel like they're going to be incredibly smart, incredibly resilient, and committed. But I feel like at first they could be committed to the wrong things, just out of this feeling of, I need to provide to you, I need to be there, I need to be your safe zone. And they forget about themselves, and they forget to be a child, I would even say. And I feel like there is this message also to reassure that it's like, it's not really your fault. I really feel like you're going to be doing your best, but I just feel like they have such a big karmic load that they need to release. And I feel like that is going to happen naturally as they grow. Okay, so I really don't think it's anything to do with you or how you're going to rest it. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Rest assured. But that is your first child. Let's get into your other two. I told you we would get deep. So let's see here. Let's get into your second child, which is the little Page of Cups. And let's see what do we have in terms of personality. So straight away, I kind of feel like this is going to be a super bubbly person. I feel like they're going to be a hopeless, optimistic. They could even have like a lot of good luck, possibly coming from a past life. But they could have like a lot of good luck surrounding them. It's like things always seem to go their way or something. And I feel like they have a lot of hopes and aspirations that they want to fulfill, that I feel like they're going to fulfill them very easily. This for me is Pisces energy. So I definitely feel like there's that 12th house where I feel like they could also have like some pretty strong psychic abilities. And I feel like they're just going to be so freaking connected with their guides and with like what they need to do, what they need to accomplish. I feel like they're not really going to have a problem with that. And I feel like they're just going to find, look at that, Judgment, Knight of Cups. I feel like they're going to find joy all around them. I feel like they're always trying to look at the bright side, and they're always trying to have fun with life and not really trying to be so serious about it, or trying to, I don't know, stop themselves in their tracks. I feel like sometimes they could be a bit reckless and forget that they are in this world and that they kind of need to have some certain rules. So they could be a little bit of a rule breaker, but I feel like it's always with the best intention. I don't really feel like they're doing it because they want to do harm, I feel like they just want to have fun, and they just want to bring light and happiness into this world and possibly into the family, And so I feel like they're going to I also feel like they're going to be super energetic, so they could always be like running around like this rabbit, and like Knight of Wands always like in their horses. It's like, let's just go, let's go. I feel like they could be quite active, but I feel like they're going to be super fun to be with. I feel like they're going to be, I don't know, I get this feeling of like them being really welcoming to people. We were talking about like how your first kid wouldn't really go to anyone. They would be really attached to their parents, and if someone would say, "Oh, come here, honey, can I get a hug?" they would be like, "No." And this child would be like, "Oh my God, hi, you're so pretty." It's like, I feel like this child would just go straight away. And especially if the other person would have candy, I'm here like a sweet tooth. Especially if the other person would have candy, they're like, "Oh my God, you're my best friend," But I feel like with the 4 of Wands, I feel like they could be a hopeless romantic. They could just love, and they just want everyone to be happy. They just want everyone to be okay. They could also find their one true love really early on in their life. I would also say that, and I just feel like they're just gonna have such a blessed. Or at least, that's the way they see their life, has so blessed and so great and beautiful. So let's pull those flowers that kind of represent this person. Ooh, that is way too many. Can we get another one? All right. We also have here, from this deck. All right. So, we have Venice Mallow, delicate fleeting beauty. When life is not coming up roses, look to the weeds and find the beauty hidden with them. So I really feel like this person, your kid is just going to be like, "Oh, I got hurt. Oh, look at that. Now I know that I shouldn't go this way." It's like they're riding the bike and they go to a place that they shouldn't and they fall. They could cry for a little bit because they got hurt, But then they're like, all right, well, now I know that I shouldn't go this way. It's like they're always like, let's get up and do it again. They could, again, I feel like they could get into quite some adventures as a kid. But we're also going to hear the primrose, youthful love. So I really feel like there's this thing of like them finding love really at a young age. And if I had a single rose for every time I think of you, I could walk forever in my garden. I also feel like they could have a really strong relationship with a more feminine energy of the parents. So not necessarily the mother. If you're both of you are mothers or both of you are fathers, it's just the more feminine, nurturing energy, that feminine side. I feel like they could have a closer bond to that person. But I definitely feel like there's this feeling of like thinking very highly of everyone and just trying to see the good in everyone. I feel like that's definitely where they come from. We also have Heliconia, realization, the answer is here, take heed. They could, to be honest, I feel like they could get married like really, really young. It's like they turn 18 or 21 or whatever, and they're like, all right, let's get married, because I really feel like there's just like, especially because I feel like they have such a like good on point intuition. I feel like they don't really want to waste any time and they just know what to do. It's like they have this huge, accurate gut feeling that this is what you should do. This is where your life is headed. This is how you're supposed to go. And they just do it. So we also have this camellia with peace, be calm and calm will come. So I feel like this person is always hoping for the best. I feel like they're always hoping for, I don't know, life to be beautiful and full. I feel like they don't expect anything less than that. And I feel like because they don't expect anything less than that, they don't get anything less than that, And I feel like their life is going to be quite beautiful. But let's actually get into their sort of evolution. So them has a child. We have the 3 cups. The chariot also wanted to come out. Them has a young adult. We have the 2 swords. And them has an adult. All right. We have the seven of wands. So I kind of feel like it's so beautiful how we have another 7 here. So they're definitely aligned. But I kind of feel like as they evolve, I feel like they could get a little bit confused. And especially here in their young adult ages, they could start overthinking things a little bit. Not that they lose that optimistic side, but I feel like, especially when it comes to career, because I feel like they're going to be pretty clear when it comes to what they want in love, what they want in relationships, how they want to work with other people. But I feel like in career, they could always struggle a little bit with that, because especially in their childhood, young adult, teenage years, I would say, they could go to a lot of parties and not necessarily like drinking a lot or anything like that, but I feel like they're very out there, and networking, communicating with people, connecting with people. And I feel like they forget about not necessarily studies, but I feel like it would always stay a little bit behind. It's not something that they focus on. It's not something that they think it's important. So they're always just trying to have fun. And I feel like then it gets to their young adults, especially young adults, I feel like they get a bit confused and a bit lost. Like, what am I supposed to do? What is my life purpose? How am I supposed to go with things, And so I feel like they don't really know they don't really know what to do with their life, I feel. But I feel like then it comes to their adult years and they're like super clear on what they want. I feel like they find that they have so many opportunities and so many things that they want to do that they're like, oh my God, what do I do now? What, like, where do I focus? There are so many beautiful things. Where do I go? And I feel like they will work really, really hard to make all of those things happen. And I definitely feel like they're going to be quite a joyful child. Again, I feel like especially if someone has candy, they're like, all right, take me. I feel like they're just like really connecting with other children. They're really like loving and heartwarming. Not that here they're not going to be, but I feel like their main focus from young adult moving forward, it is especially around career. What am I supposed to do with my life? What is my purpose? What is my mission? What the heck am I supposed to do, So I feel like they will have a little trouble with it. But let's see here. What is their relationship with family? We have the 4 of Pentacles. I really feel like there is a strong feeling of, I don't know, I want to stay here forever, especially with that more feminine energy. I feel like there's a strong feeling of like, please don't ever leave me, please don't go away. But I definitely feel like they could. To be honest, I feel like there could be like some sort of thing with the first child or something where I feel like sometimes, because I feel like the first child could have this thing of like either controlling or that thing of responsibility, and I feel like the second child could come forward as, you're trying to control me, just let me live my life. And I feel like this sometimes they could have a little trouble with that. But I feel like later on, I feel like they do kind of recognize that, oh, you were just doing it out of love. You were just doing it because you love me, because you care. And I feel like that's something that is really going to, I don't know, to matter. And I feel like it's something that they're going to understand and appreciate more than anything. I definitely feel like when it comes to the rest of it, I do feel like they could have a really strong friend base. So I feel like they, at some point, especially teenage years, where they're like going to more parties or something, they could spend a lot of time at like a friend's house and not really spending so much time with family. But I definitely feel like here, there is a strong feeling of, I want to, there could be something about like fleeting time. Like, I don't have too much time, so I better get to work, or I better, I don't know, it could be, we all die. So it could be that it approaches your, they know that you don't have a lot more time to live or something. And it's like, I want to make my parents proud. I want to make sure that I'm appreciating the family and I'm appreciating the environment that I was born in. And so I feel like that's something that they're going to focus, more on, especially as they become an adult. Okay. But what is their relationship with the world? Yeah, I really love this because I feel like they see the world in a place of that thing of like, oh, this hurt me. All right, let's get up and do it again and try again, And I really feel like they always try to see how they can grow and how they can appreciate the world for what it is, and how they can have fun and how they can create something new out of it. They could be an artist. That could be something really strong. And maybe that's also something that they kind of struggle with. It's like, I'm an artist, but artist is not a safe, solid source of income. So what do I do? How do I move along with this? Maybe I will never be seen or respected, or my work will never be appreciated. Something around those lines. And I feel like they would struggle a little bit with it. But I always still feel like they could use their struggles and their, I don't know, even heartaches or something as a fuel for their art, So they could really channel their feelings through art. So that's also something. All right, let's see here. Is there anything I've missed? And then we'll pull some more traits like we did for the first child. So we have over here talent. Yeah, I really feel like this person could be an artist. We have friendship. And we have strength. To be honest, I get this feeling of like, encourage that talent, because I feel like they could be quite successful at it. It could take some time, because I feel like it would take a lot of hard work. And I don't know, it's almost like, I almost get this feeling like they have to start, I don't know, I get this feeling, for example, let's say they want to be a singer, and they imagine themselves in like really strong stages, full house, just for them, sold out. They may have to start as an opening act. And so I feel like it could be that first step that they don't really see, and that they could have a little struggle with. And I feel like your guys are also kind of encouraging you to support that and to maybe show them those routes, try to make them look at things in a different perspective that can help them go through their life in a better direction, easier direction. But I definitely get this feeling that, again, they're really going to be super friendly. I feel like they're really, really going to love to party, I feel. And I feel like they could be, oh, look at that. We even have here like actor, actress that was coming out. Oh, we have a bunch on the other way. Interesting. I did say physical attraction. So yeah, and now I'm seeing exercise over here. So I definitely feel like they could really take good care of their body. So especially if they're wanting to be an actor or an actress, again, they could have to start as an extra, and then they go into, just a little world over there. But then they go into secondary actress or actor, and then they go into the main thing, you know. And it could be that they kind of take a little bit to kind of adapt to that slow process of building up and becoming more recognized, okay? But I definitely feel like they could be quite attractive as well. And they could have a lot of people wanting to be with them. We have here Cancer, funny, but I actually feel like they could have a lot of people connecting with them, especially if they already have, if they meet their love of their life at a really young age. I feel like they're super freaking loyal. Super freaking loyal. So we have teacher. We also have blue eyes. What else do we have for this second child? We have snow. Do you live by the snow? Because that seems like a common theme so far. We also have children. Listen. They're going to be a really good listener. And I feel like they're going to be someone that people relate with. Someone that people want to listen to as well, especially with social media. It's like they can have some sort of social media presence. Or it's just talking, when they share their work is really going to matter. And I really feel like people are going to appreciate your child a lot, especially as they get more famous and more known or something, and yeah, especially with these children, I also get this feeling of they're, childish in a way, this youthful love. I feel like this youth to them, it's never really going to go away. I feel like they're going to be 70 and everyone is going to be like, oh, how old are you? You're like 5? I just feel like they're always going to be like this life of the party and everything. And then we also have that physical attraction wanting to come through. So that's a confirmation. So let's get here. It's like, I'm kind of getting, like, do you have like a house in the snow or something? They could really like the snow, but it seems like it's a theme for your family. So I don't know. Take that as confirmation, especially if you do live by the snow. But let's see here. Let's get into your last child, or at least the last child of the day. If you feel like you're going to have more children, feel free to check another pile, especially if you feel called to. That could also be like the 2 crystals. Like there are 2 piles for you to choose from. So I don't know, if you feel called to look into another pile, this is your confirmation that, yeah, you should definitely look into that. Okay. But yeah, so let's get here into your third child. So I get this feeling like something about like being rushed. So again, it could be that thing that from your second to third child, there's a really short gap. And I don't know, I get this feeling like this person is always going to be rushing all the time, They could want to ascend in their career really fast. They could want to love really fast. Like they could be quite impatient, to be honest. But let's see here what else we have. We have the star. So they could most likely be an air sign, because we have a lot of that coming through. We also have the hermit. And there are like a lot of dark colors. To be honest, I feel like this child could be a loner. I feel like they're going to be, I kind of get this feeling like they could be not necessarily into the occult, but they could, I wouldn't be surprised if this was someone that has like a goth stage, or I don't know, something around those lines. Like they get into this place where they could be quite into like a tarot, astrology, that kind of stuff. I feel like they're going to be curious about the world, but it's almost like it has to be their curiosity. I don't think that they're going to be ignited by your desires, by your interests, by their siblings' desires or interests. Like it's their own world, it's their own thing. So I feel like they're always going to be a little bit aloof and a little bit like outside of everything. They could, I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like they're not going to connect with the family, but I feel like they're just going to be a little bit in their own, and they're probably not much of a talker. I feel like they could connect a lot with nature. That could be something that is really easy for them. It may be easier for them to talk to connect with nature and animals and all that than people. So I feel like they're always a little bit more closed off. It could be that they, at the very young age, have like a really toxic friend, or it could even be that they suffer bullying or something. But I feel like that's what kind of shapes them into this place of, let me just focus on me. Let me just be my own person. Let me just, be alone. That is the only thing that I want. that is like, I'm not really looking for anything else. But I actually feel like they're quite emotional. It's like they could have this really like, I don't know, detached and aloof point, but I actually feel like they could be quite emotional. I'm getting a little bit of like Aquarius Pisces energy, but it doesn't have to be. But I definitely get that they are very wise. I feel like they're going to, I don't know, in terms of career, kind of get this feeling of humble but powerful place. So it could be that, you know, they have a really normal, regular job, but they're actually like the team leader, or they're the manager of something. You know, they're the manager of KFC, something around those lines. You know, I feel like they're in a very humble and very simple job, but maybe a little bit higher up, something around those lines. I also feel like this person has a lot of big dreams that they want to accomplish and that they want to create, but I feel like they always kind of put themselves down and they think that they cannot make it. They think that they cannot. There's even something, oh, it's so interesting. Yeah, I was about to say that there could even be something about like the first child, but they kind of look up to the first child, but at the same time, they kind of resent because they cannot be the first child. I don't know, something about like, they admire the son child and they want to, I don't know, it's almost like I want to be like you, but I know I'll never be like you. So it's like there's this feeling of like they put themselves down straight away. And I feel like that kind of stops them from dreaming. Because especially at a later age, this person could be quite successful, you know, and quite good with life. And I feel like this child is always kind of comparing themselves to the first one. And like there's such a big age difference that I feel like they forget about that. You know, it's like they still have so much to learn and so much to do, and they forget about that. And I feel like they end up kind of putting their dreams on the back burner. But we have the exact same two flowers for as we did for the first child, with hydrangea and white rose. And over here, we have heliconia realization. The answer is here. Take heed. And we have Stephanotis cooperation. Take the hand offered or ask. So I really feel like this person is going to look up a lot to the first child. And I feel like there's this thing of like a bond between them. Maybe that's why the second one kind of feels like they're a little bit of an outcast or something. Or I don't know. I feel like these two are going to get along so well that this can feel like a little bit has, oh, I'm just here, you know. And they could have like a more of a bestie kind of energy with that feminine parent than with the siblings. And I definitely feel like these two siblings are definitely going to be like super close. That I do pick up really strongly. I also feel like there is this feeling of, I don't know, I feel like this child takes everything that the first one says really, really seriously. And everything that they say, it's like it's the answer. So they go through it and they pursue it and they do it. You know, even if it's sometimes it's not really something that they want or that they truly wish. And I feel like, I don't know, there's this feeling of like they're always trying to be someone. It's not that they don't want to be that person, but I feel like there's more to them. And I feel like they're trying to be a copy of the first child. So they can have a little bit of a hard time figuring themselves out and understanding where they come from and what is happening in their life, how they, I don't know, like who they want to be. You know, I feel like their focus is too much on the first child, and I feel like they forget about themselves. So, tell me more about them as a child. We have the Two of Wands, them as a young adult. We have, I'm actually going to take it in reverse, Ten of Swords in reverse, with the King of Pentacles also wanted to come out, and them as an adult. Oh, that's beautiful. We have the Magician. So I actually want to start them as an adult, because we were just talking about like them having a hard time like figuring out who they are, and I feel like them as an adult, everything is going to click. You know, I feel like everything is going to make sense, and at the same time, I feel like they're going to feel called and energized and ready to pursue what they want and to create their dream life and to create the things that they want. And I feel like they get really sure and really clear, okay, this is it. This is what I want. But I feel like there's a little bit of hesitation because, oh, but maybe it's too late. maybe, maybe I'm never going to get there. Maybe I won't be able to do this. And I feel like they could have a little hard time with that as well. But with the Magician, I kind of feel like, and like the Fool, the Queen of Wands, I feel like eventually they will get there. And I feel like eventually they will allow themselves to spice up and to create their dream life. But with this Two of Wands in their child ages, I do get this feeling there's nothing of like, who am I? Am I me or am I the first child? How do I become that first child? Because the first child has the key. So how do I become that? And I feel like this is always going to be someone that wants to follow the first child's footsteps. And again, I feel like they forget about themselves. And I feel like they compare themselves a lot, to be honest. I really get that. Because I really feel like it's like, oh, but the first child already has like a mustache and I cannot grow that. Like, dude, you're 5. Of course you cannot grow a mustache. I feel like they forget about that. It's that thing of like wanting things to be rushed. Like, no, I need to become that person straight away. Because otherwise, my brother or sister is going to be disappointed. And I really feel like they're wanting to speed things up and grow up faster than, I don't know, then it's normal and then it should be or something like that. And then when they get to their adult ages, like, I wish time would has passed so fast, Now with their young adult time, that is interesting because with the Ten of Swords in reverse, it's almost like they could get this, how do I phrase this? Like sort of miracle opportunity or something where, I don't know, I feel like it kind of changes everything for them. And I feel like it also allows them to dream a little bit. But it's almost like they could meet someone. That could also be it. They could meet someone that, because if I'm not wrong, the Two of Cups was at the bottom of the deck. They could meet someone that kind of shifts everything and kind of makes things happen out of the blue, where it ignites their passion, ignites their inspiration, ignites them to discover themselves and to pursue their dreams. And I definitely get this feeling that it's like if they continue on the path that they were, they would get really hurt. But there's something here that happens. I really get this thing of like, the perfect person shows up, the perfect job opportunity shows up, and they get redirected to the right path, to their purpose, to the person that they're supposed to be. So I feel like that's really, really beautiful. And it's like, I feel like it's more guided than what they are aware of. And I feel like, because again, I feel like they're kind of into the unknown, the obscure or something. But I don't think that they actually understand the powers of the universe and how that actually works. They could start getting a little bit more into that as they get into their adult ages. But I feel like this situation right here, in their young adult age, their young adult time, I feel like it's a lot more meticulously prepared by their guides than they are aware. And I feel like it's going to have a lot more impact than anyone is aware in their life. This person, this job, whatever the case may be. And I definitely feel like there's something here about like them going through rebirth and them allowing themselves to see more, and to fall in love with life again. Because there's that thing of like they have a really sweet emotional side, but they don't really allow themselves to explore that too much. Possibly because that first child doesn't do that either. And I feel like they always keep that in. But I feel like with this, there's like a rebirth and they're actually able to start tapping into that emotional side with their heart. And I feel like that's when they start to understand, wait, I have dreams. But then when they actually want to do something about it, it's like, but now I'm old. What do I do about it? But actually, I don't think that they're too old. I actually feel like they would be able to make it happen if they want to. So I do feel like it's going to be up to them, to be honest. But what is their relationship with family? We have the Chariot, pretty good. I really feel like, again, with the Ace of Swords, like, whatever you do, I'm going to do. Whatever you say, I'm going to say it. whatever you think, I'm going to think it. And I definitely feel like they're also going to be really good with children. So possibly their nephews and nieces and everything. I feel like they're going to be really good with them. I feel like there's going to be a really strong bond. I also feel like they could be quite creative as a child and always kind of make the most fun I don't know, like stupid plays or something, um, and games and all of that. I really feel like they're going to play a lot. But I feel like then there's this feeling of like starting to get into this place of, oh, wait, I have to step up. And they could start wanting to rush into everything. But I feel like when it comes to the relationship between the two of you, and especially, especially with parents, I feel like it's going to be great. I feel like there's going to be a lot of respect and honor. And there's this feeling of like, I'm gonna fight for you. I'm gonna fight for this family. I'm gonna do whatever I have to do to make sure that we're honorable or something. And I definitely feel like they're going to try and become the best person that they can to not disappoint you or something. But I definitely get this feeling also. They could have some like mood swings. So it's like, I feel like especially while they're going through this situation, I feel like because they're going through that rebirth and that transformation, I don't know, I feel like they're still trying to manage their emotions and trying to figure everything out. So sometimes they may say things or they may do things that make you think that, oh, I screwed up, and I'm a terrible parent and they don't love me. They love you to death, okay? They really do. It's just that they're going through a lot of transformation, so don't try not to be too hard on yourself, okay? But I really feel like you're doing an amazing job, and they really do love you, okay? It's just that sometimes I feel like they're just processing so much emotion, especially pent-up emotion since a child, that, I don't know, I feel like it's just their way of dealing with all of that, okay? So I feel like it just needs a little time, but I feel like then they kind of get straightforward, and they, gain their balance back, okay? They could struggle with hormones, by the way. And there's also something here about, like, to be honest, this child, I don't really get it to define sex, like gender. For the first child, I really get a strong male energy, or very masculine at least. And I feel like this child, the third one, is of the same gender as the first. And I would say this is like the opposite gender, or at least a very different opposite energy, So it could even be like, these are two girls, but very masculine girls, and this is like a really feminine boy, that really likes to paint and really likes art and really likes to draw and, all of those things. And I feel like there's something around that I feel like that's why also this kid kind of feels a little bit perhaps outside. It's because you have things to bond over that I don't really understand. There's something around that. But what is their relationship with the world? We have the Eight of Swords. So I feel like, again, it's like they're always inside their own world, especially with the Hanged Man. I don't think that they really get along with too many people, to be honest. I would say that their best friend could definitely feel that first child. I really get this feeling of like a distance from the outside world, because like even these two people are like in the middle of the woods, so I really don't feel like they connect too much with others. I feel like they're more of a stay-at-home kind of person. So I'm actually not sure about their love life, because here it could either be a career opportunity or a person. If it is a person, then I definitely feel like it's going to be, you may even think that it's magical how that person showed up, because I don't think that this person goes out a lot. But if it is a career opportunity, it could be that this person could be single for a very long time, to be honest. I don't see much happening in terms of their love life. But yeah, let's see here. Is there anything that I've missed? Come here. All right. Anything that I've missed? Yeah. See, we have this freedom with healing. It's like the second they start stepping into this passion, when it comes to their career, and I really feel like it's in their adult ages, when they seek very clearly what they want, I really feel like they could have like a beautiful, beautiful career with a lot of abundance, a lot of prosperity. I feel like this right here, this business opportunity with this partner, is going to be the start of everything. But then as they go into their adult ages and they really start investing in it and making it happen, I feel like that's when all of that abundance comes through. So let's see here. What do we have? We have 40 to 45. Yeah, so that could be a significant age, especially when it comes to career. Because we had Earth, so that's very earthy, pentacle, energy, money, material aspect of stuff, career. It's all about that. We also have light hair, travel. They could actually be like a solo travel. They could like to travel a lot alone. We also have honesty and loyalty. We have the beach, which is very different from that snow type of energy. Let's see here. We also have 25 to 30. I feel like that's when they kind of connect with that dream opportunity, career opportunity with that person. We also have humble. We have past wounds. We have ambitious, workaholic, night owl, and 35 to 40. So there's clearly like an important timeline here. And I definitely feel like with this ambitious and workaholic, I feel like at first, especially coming from an admiration for the first child, but then I feel like there is a big sense of, you know what, maybe I can actually make this work. So they could actually start this as a side hustle and trying to, they spend their nights just doing their thing and try to get over the things that they want to create. And then they get up on the next day and they go to work. And I feel like it would be just a matter of time until they're actually able to create this stability, financial stability. And with this beach, it's really getting me this feeling of like the mood swings, especially when it comes to that transition over there. But yeah, so let's finish this up with some messages that your children have for you, that they would like to tell you right now for your current situation. Your spirit babies definitely want to tell you some stuff. So let's see what it is. Lifting the veil, questioning everything, anything in the line must go. We have empathetic star seed, energetic serenity, observing what's not yours. A new earth, it's happening in holding the vision. We also have expecting and expected. You are not alone. You can do it. And everything is going to be okay. Pleiades, double mission, channeling and uplifting humanity. And break the chain, ancestral patterns, healing, rewriting the future. You're a role model, and I don't feel safe. So I get this feeling. There's something that you kind of have to do. I feel like there's something that I'm picking up, especially with this, you're a role model. There's something that feels like whatever you're going through right now and how you deal with it is going to shape how your kids are going to deal with their own life. So this could be about, especially with this like double mission Pleiades, it could be about like moving, like switching jobs. And it's like you have what it takes to make that happen, expecting expected, because it's going to be a lot more powerful than you think it will be. And it will bring you a lot of stability, financial stability. It's going to bring a lot of success, and I feel like they have this message of like, you can do it. It's okay for you to do it. It's okay for you to go towards it. It's okay for you to make it happen and to believe in yourself, because we have your back and we're going to look up to you because you did it. Okay. And I feel like with this, I don't feel safe. There's this feeling of like, you may feel like it's not the safest, best option, or like things are going to be very complicated, but it doesn't really matter if it's going to be complicated or easy. What matters if it is aligned with you or not. And I feel like you kind of need to look into, okay, what is aligned with you right now and what is not. And this could be about career. This could be about a relationship. For some of you, I'm actually hearing that this could be about either physical or verbal emotional abuse. And I really feel like your spirit babies, I feel like that is a very specific message. So just ignore it if you're not going through that. But I feel like your spirit babies are saying that it is safe for you. It's safest for you to get out than it is for you to stay. And we are going to admire you hugely by you getting out of that situation, because you deserve a whole lot better. And we are never going to feel safe in that environment if you stay there. And you are never going to feel safe in that environment if you stay there. But that is a very specific message for someone out there. but I definitely feel like for most of you, this is about either a relationship that is just not aligned with you, or a career that I feel like you want to do more, and it's, yeah, like you're creating something better in your mind, in your energy. So it is time for you to align with it and to make it happen, okay? And you've got what it takes to make that happen, okay? And again, it's going to go a lot better than you think, all right? And by you doing that, especially with like your role model, rewriting the future, it's going to change the whole dynamic of this relationship, of this family, because you have a story to share, and it's going to be a hell of an important story for your children, okay? So this is what I have for you, pile number 2. I hope it resonated, hope it helped. If it did, don't forget to smash the like button for me and subscribe if you haven't already. I would love to have you here. Definitely let me know in the comments how you, like, what do you think about this reading? How do you resonate with your children? Maybe there are a few things that you can see. Oh yeah, that would definitely come from me, you know? But definitely let me know if you want to dive deeper into any of this, or if you want to get into a private reading. The link is going to be down below. You can also check out my Patreon, where I have self-care content and twin flame readings. And if you're interested in individual zodiac, cusp, or sign readings, definitely check out my other 2 channels, the Sunny Virgo and the Sunny Virgo Tarot, okay? So, with that being said, I love it very much. I wish you the best, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello, pile number 3. Welcome into your reading. So if you chose the Mangano Calcite and the Light Seer Tarot, you are on the right spot. Let's get right into your reading. So if you want to see what we're going to look at, like the menu, definitely check out the intro where I explained that, I think, because I actually started doing this reading last week, but then I got sick and I was coughing a lot during the videos, and this is not exactly a sure one. So now it's been a week and I don't even know what I have to do, but let's get here into it. And don't forget to subscribe and to smash the like button. I would love to have you here. But let's see. So the way this is going to go, we're going to pull 4 initial cards, and each one of them, if it comes out a quirk card, which in this case it is one, so I already have here one of your babies, which is the Knight of Cups, or a major arcana like the Emperor, the Empress, those are going to symbolize a spirit baby. If it is a minor arcana like these 2 of Cups, it's not going to be a spirit baby, okay? So let's see. Pile number 2's future kids. Who are they? What can you tell us? And after we get into, after we get your spirit babies, we're going to look into each one of them, okay? Pile number 3's future kids. Wow, apparently you're going to have a lot. Can we get one more, please? All right. So it's interesting that the King of Pentacles kind of wanted to come out, but he didn't. And we have the 10 of Cups here. And I kind of feel like what this is saying is that you can have more kids if you want to. I do feel like this could be an adopted kid, especially with the King of Pentacles. There's the thing of like, not necessarily money, but it's like it's not something that requires your body so much. It requires more resources than actually your body. So it could be that it is an adoption. For some of you, it could actually be a same-sex situation, and here you actually went through a pregnancy. Or, you know, you went through the process of a pregnancy with someone, or, you know, just whatever happens when you do that. I'm not entirely sure, the names of the possibilities for you to do that. But here in this last case, I do feel like it would be like a true blown, like adoption, someone that already exists. So yeah, I'm not really going to talk about that one because I feel like it is going to be up to you. And I almost feel like this would be someone that, I don't know, I would even say that this, for some of you, it could actually be like a grandkid, that, not necessarily that, you know, they're, you know, your kid is going to, you know, pass and you're going to have to look out for this grandkid, but it could just be like a grandkid that you're going to appreciate a lot. So that is also another message that is coming through. But we do have here 3 solid dudes that want to come forward for you, and we're going to talk about all of them. So let's start by talking about this Knight of Cups. We're going to start by looking into their personality. So tell us more about this Knight of Cups, pile number 3's future kid. We also have Death. This most definitely could be a water sign. We have a lot of water showing up so far. Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. But we have the Knight of Cups, Death, and the Nine of Pentacles. To be honest, we are also going to look into like their evolution from a child to young adult to an actual adult. And I would say that their childhood may not be the easiest. I feel like they could have a little bit of a hard time because I feel like they're such a caring, sweet, gentle soul. They are really like so beautiful, so giving. And I really feel like they just want to be someone nice, you know, they just want to be someone that people can count on. They want to, I also feel like they could read a lot of like romance books or I feel like they're a dreamer and I feel like they're romantic and all that. But I kind of feel like they may go through this transformation. Something may happen where they kind of have to grow up. They kind of have to, okay, the world is not that pretty, you know? So I feel like then they become really, really independent and really powerful. I feel like always with kindness because like, in this case, this Nine of Pentacles, like she's even playing a little bit with the bird, you know, she's like, she's smiley. It's not like RBF, you know, it's like she's kind, but she knows her worth. And I feel like this is who your future kid is going to become, this first one. And by the way, I don't know if I mentioned it, but the way that we're going to see this, my intention is for this to be in order of firstborn, middle, and last, okay? But I definitely feel like this is someone that they're going to have a really pure, gentle soul. I feel like there's, I don't know, just like this innocence that I feel like it's like, oh, I don't want to break you. I don't want to send you into the real world. I don't want you to change, you know, because I feel like they're the type of kid that everyone falls in love with, you know, they just bash their eyelashes and everyone is like, oh, you know, and I feel like it's just like the way they are. They could also be quite funny. And I feel like they like to make people laugh. I feel like this is a giver, you know, this is someone that I would even say that in the future, their career could be related with service. And I definitely feel like this is going to be a beautiful soul that I feel like it's going to also have a lot of passion for the things that they want. I feel like they could be very communicative, very creative as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they do something with work. I'm even getting like motivational speaker. That could be something. But, or even like an influencer or something if when this kid shows up, social media is still a thing. But I definitely feel like they're going to be someone that has a lot of like passion and creativity flowing through them. I'm definitely picking up on like strong water energy, possibly with some fire, but I am definitely picking up on strong water. Because I feel like, you know, I see water signs has such creative souls, and I definitely feel like they are going to be one. I also feel like they're always going to also want to be like moving forward, the next big thing. And I feel like sometimes they may forget to congratulate themselves, you know, because I feel like they have this sense of, I don't know, I feel like they see their dream life very clearly. You know, they're a very good visualizer, I would say. Maybe they're even like an artist, but I definitely get this feeling of like they know what they want to do in their life. They know what it looks like. And so it's like they accomplish a project, they accomplish something, and they're already going into the next big thing. They're already thinking about, okay, what I'm going to do next. And I feel like they don't always stop to look at the accomplishment and be like, oh, wow, man, I did this. This is so great. This is so awesome, you know? And I feel like sometimes they forget to just be proud, you know, to just be proud of themselves. I feel like they forget to do that. But I also feel like it's so interesting because I feel like they're very inspiring to other people, and I actually feel like they could actually help either you or their siblings with a lot of ideas. I feel like they could get a lot of, first of all, I feel like they get a lot of insight. They could have a really strong connection with spirit guides, and I feel like they get a lot of insight, and they could work as a channel to other people. So with that thing of the motivational speaker, it could even be something a little bit more psychic, a little bit more intuitive, let's say, or woo-woo, if you want to, you know, if you want to go that way. But I definitely feel like they inspire other people a lot. And especially with that thing of like them being giving and being of service, I do feel like they always have so much to give. And I feel like it's like they have so many ideas that they cannot use all of them. So they share that with other people. But I definitely feel like they want to see other people win. So that's why they kind of go forward and they tell other people like, oh, you know what? You're struggling with this. Like, this is an amazing idea for you. Why don't you do that? You know, they're always trying to do the best that they can to make sure that everyone is happy as well. That's also something. I also feel like they could go towards a more, they could be quite environment friendly. And I would even say that their diet could eventually go that way. So not necessarily a vegan, but at least eating a lot of vegetables and fruit and all that. Any parent's dream, I guess. But let's get here. I kind of want to take a few flowers that represent your kid. This could serve as inspiration for their name, who knows? Or it could just, maybe these are like lucky flowers that you can put with them, when they're born, or just keep around their room or something like that. But we have over here crocus, trophanus. It is spring again. The earth is like a child that knows poems by heart. And it's so interesting because I was picking up on that thing of like communication and creativity, and now we have poems. And with the letters, I was actually picking up on poetry. I don't think that they're going to do that as a career, though. I do feel like, and we were even talking about like romance books, right? I feel like they could also be really into poetry. And I don't think that that is a career for them. It could be, but I just don't think that they're going to be interested that way. I do feel like it could be quite a big hobby. I feel like it could be something that they really love doing, reading poetry, but also making poetry. And I feel like it's something that is really going to light them up. But we even have like this chillfulness, it's like I feel like they're always such a happy person, and they just, I don't know, I feel like they're just so fun to be around because they have such light energy. It's quite beautiful. We also have bellflower with gratitude. Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. I feel like this is going to be such a wise soul. They could even be like an old soul. And so when they kind of incarnate in this next life, they may not, and that could be what kind of gets them into that place of like understanding that the world is not that pretty and that they kind of need to step up and stand up for themselves and be more independent. Because I feel like they could not totally relate with the people their age, with the kids their age. And so I'm not necessarily picking up on bullying, but that could be a possibility. But I just feel like they're too mature for their age, and they're too mature for the people their age. So I'm even curious to see what shows up in like how they relate with the world, especially in love and career, because I would say that love-wise, at a young age, they could have a hard time finding love. And if they do, they possibly fall in love with people that are quite older than them, They could even have crushes on like celebrities because they're older, so they're wiser. They could even have, I'm even getting like, for some, they could even have like crushes on dead poets, something like that. Because again, they're just like, they're too mature for them to connect at that level with someone their age. So that's also something that is coming through. But I definitely feel like they're going to be always giving great advice, and I feel like people are going to really rely on them and see them as a source of, again, inspiration. And I feel like especially with the siblings, I would really be curious to see the relationship like between you and like family. But I definitely feel like with their siblings, it's like there's this sense of responsibility, right? I actually feel like it has a bit more of a feminine energy. Even if it is a man, a male, if they resonate as a male, I do feel like they have a very feminine energy. So again, very caring, very sweet. And I definitely feel like they have this sense of like, but I'm the big brother, I'm the big sister. Like I have to make an example of myself, And I definitely feel like I feel like they're just gonna love their siblings like so much. In you for that matter, but I really feel like they're gonna have an amazing relationship, and so I feel like their siblings look up to this person with a lot of respect and admiration. We also have clematis, and like we have a lot of C's, because even with the bellflower, what is this called? The scientific name is campanula, so another C. So C's could be significant for this person. Maybe you're getting a little inspiration and you'll call them something with a C. But maybe you already have this kid and their first name starts with a C. But we have intelligence and mental beauty. Wisdom is, and we were just talking about this person really being wise. Wisdom is the abstract of the past, but beauty is the promise of the future. So there we go. I really feel like they're going to, first of all, learn really fast. I feel like they're going to learn their lessons that we all need to learn. quite fast, and I feel like they're not going to make a big drama out of it, because this transformation right here, it's like it's pretty clear, and it's like, all right, I know who I need to be, I know what I need to do, and it's that thing of like, okay, what is the next big thing? They're always ready to go to the future, because they know that there are promises there of good things, and they cannot wait to find that. I feel like they see, especially their career, I feel like they see it with a lot of excitement and adventure, and I feel like they're really going to be super excited to explore more and more and more and more. So we also have here Tiger Lily, security, choose the safe harbor for now, and we have Bluebell, gratitude, be thankful for what is good now. So what I'm picking up on is, I feel like while they are an only child, and the other dudes are not really in the picture yet, I feel like they're going to, you know what, I would even say that it could be the bullying situation, and like what leads them to transformation. It may not even be with them, it could be towards their siblings. And so there's this protection coming forward from them. It's like, oh my God, I kind of need to step up. I cannot be just this giving sweet soul anymore. I need to step up. I need to protect and defend my siblings, And because I feel like what I get here is like with the security, choose the safe harbor for now. This is them as an only child. It's like, everything is great. I'm protected. I am safe. I love my parents. I love my family. I love everything around me. I'm so good. I'm so happy. And then with this, the Bluebell and gratitude, I really feel like there's going to be such a big sense of gratitude for siblings. And it's like, I don't want you to suffer a thing. I don't want you, like, I want to be able to take that pain away from you, and I want to do everything in my power to provide to you. So I really feel like they're going to make sure that they do their best for their siblings. And I feel like that sense of protection and service then comes forward to their career as well. But I really feel like I really see this person being like, my siblings are everything to me. My family is everything to me. And I feel like this is where they kind of step out a little bit of their shell, But, and it's so beautiful. Like, we have gratitude twice. I was kind of getting drawn like Bellflower, then we have Bluebell. So 2 bell things. And it's the same message with gratitude. Quite interesting. I don't know, with that bell, it gives me that feeling of like the channel. Them being a channel from guides, from spirits, the universe. I really feel like they're going to pass messages quite quickly. They could also have very vivid dreams. They may even have like psychic abilities in the sense of mediumship. I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. But let's see here. Their evolution in a little bit more detail. So them has a child. We have the 2 cups. Not surprised to see that. Them has a young adult. We have the sun. And them has an adult. We have the 5 of Wands. Yeah, they're ready to fight. Not in a bad sense, but it's just this thing of I don't know. I feel like they're just really wanting to be of support. I want to have fun, but I also want to be there to my family. And so I feel like they're really going to appreciate that, because them has a child with the 2 cups. There's that thing of like, oh, I love the world. I love life. I love people. People are so great. I love love, I really feel like they're deep, deep romantic. But I do feel like they're just always going to be so compassionate and so sweet and caring to other people. It's like their whole heart is to the world. And I really feel like they don't have a problem in giving their heart to the world. It's like, you're suffering, let me hold your hand and like be a person that can console you, that can comfort you a little bit. And I feel like they're always going to be there for others. I feel like in their young adult stage, they could have spread their wings a little bit more, where I feel like they're feeling a bit freer and a bit more adventurous. So I would say, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if this person kind of explores their sexuality a little bit in their young adult ages, because I feel like they're just getting a little bit wild and free and just wanting to experience more. And maybe even that's when they start a more environment friendly kind of things, like they start to get a bit more conscious the world and of the things around them. And so I feel like they want to provide more to the world, and they want to be also more in tune with their body and everything. So they could also start to look into that. I also see them reading, for example, a lot of nonfiction books, and trying to get a bit more knowledge, because again, they're really, really wise, and they're really quite old for their age, you know. So I really feel like they're quite wise, and I feel like they're going to get that wisdom straight from the beginning. And I definitely also see this feeling of like in their young adult ages could be when the second sibling comes forward, because we have double Leo energy here. So I wouldn't be surprised if at this point, it's almost like the second child is a lamb. Oh, that's so sweet. It's almost like the second child is a lamb. And this is actually like the girl here. It's like, I'm going to take care of you. Don't you worry. I'm here for you, you know? And I feel like that's when they truly start to step up. And with the Five of Wands in their adult ages, I feel like they're unstoppable. They could become quite successful, to be honest. Possibly like at a place, especially with the world here, possibly at a place of quite, they could make a name for themselves, or their company could make a name for themselves, where it's like they are not really known, but their company is. You know, it's like, I don't know, it's like everyone knows that company exists, but no one knows who created it. And this person could actually be quite private about it, but they could have quite a lot of competition, but I feel like because they have this giant ambition, I feel like they're never going to give up. They could actually work until very late, because I feel like they just love it. You know, they just like to do that. And so they don't want to give up that part of themselves. But yeah, also I'm getting really drawn to the number 19. So it could be that their 19 birthday, or the 19 in their lifespan could be quite significant. They could also, they could kind of start traveling the world, especially when they are 19 or something. Yeah, that's something that is coming through. But let's take a look here at their relationship with family, with you. What do we have here? Their relationship. Ooh. Oh yeah, look at that. We have the King of Cups. And it's like, with every child that comes afterwards, it's like, oh, here's my heart. Here's my heart. Here's my heart. Here's my heart. Especially if you choose to adopt after the third one. It's like this person is just like, oh my god, another sibling, yay! You know, they're just so happy. And like with the King of Cups, I feel like they're just so loving, and they're really going to love this family, and they're gonna see their siblings as children, their own children. Is like, I'm here to take care of you, I'm here to protect you, and I really feel like they're just, so grateful for the family that they were born into. It's just great. And also, we were talking about mediumship, and I'm seeing this King of Cups, like, it's meditating and everything. I really feel like they could connect with, like, the other world, and they could have, because there's even this thing of, like, it's almost like this is a fake necklace, right? It's almost like it's a message that they're receiving from someone, and they could, I don't know, maybe you'll find this weird, and so they may stop doing it, because that's usually what happens. When people have, like, psychic gifts, they don't think that they have it at a later age because they were never acknowledged. But if you actually acknowledge the gifts, they could be quite powerful with them. But it could be that they kind of start telling you from a very young age, like, I saw this old lady, she was smiling, and she offered me this pearl necklace, and it had a little heart in the middle of the necklace. And you kind of get chills because that old lady could very well be your grandmother or even your mother, and she always would wear a pearl necklace with a heart in the middle. So it's like it's those little things, like they could receive those type of messages and that type of communication. So yeah, especially with, like, lost loved ones. But the relationship with the family is just going to be great. They could be at a distance, though, at some point in their life, especially with that thing of, like, traveling the world. They could be at some distance at some point, but I feel like in the big moments, they're always going to be there. And they're always going to make sure that you know that they are there, So let's get into the relationship with the world, especially in, like, career, love, anything that wants to come through. And I did see the Fool, which was giving me that, you know, travel vibe. But let's see here. We have the Five of Cups. Yeah. I really feel like they could have a hard time, especially when it comes to love. And I feel like they're just going to have a hard time understanding that the world is not as pretty as they want it to be, and that not everyone is as nice as they hoped that everyone would be. You know, there is this strong feeling of, God, I just wish people would see like all the goodness in the world and all the things that we have to be grateful for. But I feel like with the Temperance here, it's almost like this is them, right? And they're trying to, especially career-wise, they're trying to bring peace and lightness to the world. I really wouldn't be surprised if this is like a starseed, maybe even like I'm hearing a rainbow child. But I definitely get this feeling like they're here to, I'm also hearing Arcturian, but they're really here to heal the world and to be a peacemaker in a way, and to bring a lot of love. But I do feel like they could have quite a struggle with love and with relationships, because again, they just don't relate with people their age, right? So I feel like they're gonna have a big trouble with that part of life. But when it comes to career, I do feel like they're going to be able to make opportunities out of everything. I feel like they're going to be able to, again, look for the next big thing, but also like, okay, this is not working, how can we shift this? I feel like they're really quick to transform that. Okay, so let's see, is there anything I've missed from this first child? Okay, we also have friendship here. I feel like it's just going to be such a sweet soul. And there we go, travel. So we have confirmation over there. But we have manifestation, freedom, and finding. To be honest, I feel like love-related, they may not settle down. Or if they do, I do feel like it is going to be quite at a later point, I would say. But I definitely feel like this person is going to be someone that is just going to be so good to be around, because I feel like their energy is just like this bubble of light, you know, and it's just like you go to them and you feel instantly better, because they could be quite a high empath, and I feel like they're just going to be someone so magical to be with. I feel like they're going to have a lot of it's going to be very easy for them to manifest, especially money, and that's why I feel like they're also going to be quite successful, is because I feel like they have quite an easy way to manifest that type of money. But again, they could be quite spiritual and quite intuitive in that way. So I do feel like that is something that they're going to learn and to work more on, and get excited and curious about. And with this freedom, there's something about like, there's a part of them that kind of wants to be free. So that could be related with a past life. It's like they were supposed to create something or to do something in past lives, but they never couldn't. And I feel like this lifetime they will be able to do so. So there is like some sort of karmic cycle that needs to be broken, and I feel like they will be able to do that. Okay, but let's get here some extra traits. Have Gemini, which is no wonder is the social butterfly of the zodiac. So I definitely feel like they are going to possibly have a lot of air placements as well. They could actually be like Gemini, Cancer, Aquarius, Pisces, Libra, Scorpio cusp. But I definitely feel like they could, it's like they're very straightforward. And again, communication. Air is about communication. So I definitely feel like that is going to be a big part of their life. We also have kinky. So they could actually like become a sex therapist or something. That could also be it. Or it could just be, you know, it could actually be talking about with a kinky, that thing of like settling down, right? It's like they could have a lot of, not something that a parent would like to know, I guess, but they could have a lot of sexual encounters and very casual things, but never really relate with people at an emotional level for them to actually have a solid relationship with, you know. But we have short, so they could be at the shorter side. We also have lawyer. They're very, very just. They really want to make things right. And it's that thing of the peacemaker, right? They just want things to be good and to be, I don't know, it's like they want everyone to feel safe in the world, and they know that there are people that are not safe in the world, and that just really hurts their heart. So we have independent here coming out. We have that musician, so there's really this thing of like them being quite creative, But we also have giver, to no surprise. We have humble, emotional, and let's get actually one more. But yeah, I definitely feel like they're very, very, quite an empath and a very sweet, kind soul. I think I just made a mess. I think I did. But oh my god, and the cards keep falling out. So I almost feel like this person kind of wants to keep going and keep getting more information about them. Because again, I feel like they're quite active spiritually. So yeah, is there anything else? I know that there are cards in the ground, but we have Virgo and parties and friends. So I definitely feel like they're going to be quite known by a lot of people, but not a close. It's like they could have a lot of friends, but close friends, it's very limited, you know. But let me pick this up. Alrighty, so that is it for your first child. I hope you enjoyed meeting them. Let's get here into, tidy this up, drink a little water, but let's get into your second child and see what do we have going on with them and who they are. So I'm gonna keep this little Knight of Cups, I mean. And let's look into your strength person for the second child. One thing that I'm getting is that I feel like they're going to be very appreciative of the first child, for sure. But because the first child, that Knight of Cups, has so much love and so much protection that they want to offer, there's almost this thing of like being in the first child's shadow, and it's like, I can do more, I can become more, like let me be more. You don't always have to be protecting me, I can do that, you know. And I feel like sometimes they can get not necessarily pissed, but I feel like sometimes they get a bit down because like, come on, just let me breathe, I can do this. So I feel like sometimes they can get a bit frustrated with the Knight of Cups because they feel like they are overprotecting them. I would say especially in their teenage years, because I feel like as an adult, they could quite appreciate what the first child was doing. But we also have here the Hierophant and the Five of Cups. Yeah, with the Ten of Cups. So it's exactly what we were talking. It's like, at first they could have this thing of like, come on, I want to do more. Just get out of here. Let me be free. But then I feel like at a later age, it's like, oh my God, I'm so grateful for this. Like, thank God this is the family that I have. Thank God that, you know, that was a sibling that I had growing up. Because maybe there's even this thing of like, they prevented me from being a very stupid child. Because especially with the Five of Cups, there's this feeling of like wanting to disrupt things. I want to not create a mess, but it's like, I want to shake things up. Because with the Hierophant, it's like, maybe not necessarily like too structured, but there's this feeling of like, maybe feeling a bit constricted. And with the strength, it's like, I want to break free, I want to let go, I want to become more, I want to do more, right? But I definitely feel like they could be quite a free spirit soul. I feel like they could have a hard time like finding their way in terms of career, because I feel like they love doing so many things, and at the same time they don't love doing so many things. And so it's like, what do I do with my career? Like, I like this, but I don't think I can make a career out of it because then I would get tired. So it's like they could have a little bit of a hard time finding their way when it comes to it. But I feel like there's also this thing of, I actually feel like they could, the strength in the Knight of Cups, they could have a lot of past lives where there was always, not necessarily drama, but they have a lot of history. And so I feel like a lot of, I would even say like some of their arguments could even come from a past life and not necessarily something that actually happened. Of course, it is about something that happened, but it's like they're fighting over Doritos when in fact it's because in the past life, one of them stole money from the other or something, you know, that could be something that happens here. Because I definitely feel like they're quite connected spiritually. And yeah, we also have here strength. We have Leo and Taurus energy, so those could be significant. But let's pull some of those flowers to get some more information about your second child. Because I feel like sometimes they're a bit misunderstood. That is something that is coming through. And I feel like they want to... I also feel like they could have a hard time expressing themselves, I would say. There's something about that. But let's see here from the Botanical Inspirations. I also feel like they're quite a simple person. I would say that this is like the type of person, not necessarily minimalist, but they could have like 3 blouses and just 2 pairs of trousers, just in case one gets dirty, you know. And it's like, I don't think that they're going to care too much about clothing. I would even say that it's like, they could actually go and steal a lot of clothes from either your closet, your partner's closet, you know, their siblings' closet, because it's just like, well, I need something to wear. Everything is dirty, so I'm just gonna go grab like a pajama, like a pajama shirt, and that's it. And I don't think that they're gonna care too much like how they look. Even when they go out, I feel like they could be quite into sports as well, or at least like their way of dressing could be with a lot of like sport clothes, a lot of sweatpants, sweatshirts, that kind of thing. Because again, I just don't think that they care. It's just like, this is comfy, I like it, great. You know, it works. So I feel like they're a very practical person when it comes to day-to-day stuff, but also very disruptive and revolutionary, and I don't know, just wanting to break free and just wanting to create stuff, you know. So I also feel like they could actually be a cusp, and or at the very least, I feel like there's this side of them that kind of really wants to be expressed, but they don't know how to. And another side of them is expressed, but they don't know how to tone it down. And it's like they almost wish that that it was reversed. Because I feel like it's like they don't know how to fight 2 sides of them. You know, it's like sometimes they want to be extroverted, but they really feel like just closing up and being an introverted. And they may even feel bad because they feel like they're missing out on something. But other times they're really introverted, or they really want to be introverted, but they just want to go out there, you know, or they want to be more of a homebody, but they, at the same time, they just have this thing of like, no, but I need to go do this, I need to go do that, you know. And that could even be around relationships, something like that, where it's like sometimes they may want to settle down, but they cannot find anyone that does that. But other times they don't want to settle down, and all they find is people that are actually marriage material, you know? And I feel like it's kind of frustrating for them, where it's like, it kind of feels like things are always a little bit, I don't know, not aligned. It's like there's always like a mishap, is that how it's called? There's always something not working. But yeah, so it's so interesting how words are kind of repeating themselves. But we have peony, prosperity and compassion. Prosperity depends more on wanting what you have than on having what you want. And it's so interesting that we were talking about like 2 different things, right? And we have here the wanting and the having. And I feel like that is what they're going to struggle with at first. It's like understanding, what do I want, right? And I feel like there's also this thing of like not understanding that what they have right now. Because I feel like there's always this thing of, I want to do that, but I don't have the skills for it. And I feel like they bring themselves down quite a lot. And because to be honest, they could compare themselves a little bit to the King of Cups. And it's like, it is an inspiration and they kind of want to be like that. But at the same time, it's like, oh, but I don't have the talent. I don't have what it takes. I don't have this. I don't have that. And in fact, it's like they already have it, right? So I feel like they could have a little struggle understanding it. But I feel like they have a very strong ability to create and manifest a lot of money. I feel like it's, and in the future, they very well could. It's just that they might need a little help finding that path first. I'm also picking up, like, if they are born in a wealthy family, so if you are currently wealthy, or it could be that you actually, if you're not wealthy already, you could become quite wealthy, especially by the time that this second child is born. And so there's this thing, it's not necessarily like everything is handed to me, but it's not like I have to work really hard for me to get the things that I want, you know? So I feel like they kind of may struggle with discerning when to actually use the money that they have access to, and when to actually, want more. I feel like they're gonna have a hard time like figuring out what they want and when to want it and how to want it. They could have a bit of a hard time with that. But we also have Garden Heliotrope with devotion and dreams fulfilled. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. There we go. And we actually have devotion here as well with White Carnation, be true and pure in thought and deed. So with these two together, I really get, especially with the quote that comes with it. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And I feel like they sometimes have a little hard trouble with believing in their dreams and believing that they can actually happen. So I feel like, I don't know, I feel like they could often put on this strong face and say like, oh, I'm super good. I'm super like, I don't know, like, I know what I want and I've got this and I have everything under control. When in fact, it's like, do you though? Do you though? And I feel like they could struggle a little bit with it. But I definitely feel like it's like, I feel like they have like great ideas and I feel like deep down they know where to go. It's just like they get lost, I would say. But we also have Wisteria, longevity, plan for, and take the dedicated path. I actually feel like this is someone that, especially with the Hierophant coming through, I feel like in the end, they do want a long-term commitment, for example. You know, they do want more. They do want a family. They want to build something stable and long and long-lasting. But I feel like they kind of have a hard time with it. Because again, especially when it comes to relationships, there is a feeling of like, it doesn't seem that that it is a line. It feels like it's not safe to come out, something like that. But let's check here their evolution. So as a child, we have the Fool. As a young adult, we have the Six of Wands. Oh, they are going to be the popular kid in high school. I really get that. And as an adult, we have the Four of Swords. Yeah. So I see them having a very chill life. And to be honest, I would say that they may not necessarily feel the need to like create a business or be in a very high level job, you know, something like that. They could kind of not settle. I just feel like they're good with it. With a normal life, I feel like they're gonna be okay with it. And possibly like a normal job, nothing too fancy, nothing too extravagant. I feel like they're gonna feel content, you know, especially with their family, because I do feel like this person could get into a relationship eventually, and I feel like by the time that they're an adult, I really feel like they're going to feel so safe and protected. And that thing of like the conflict with the first child, where it's like, why do you do this? Like, let me go, like, let me break free. And I feel like especially as a child and young adult, teenagers kind of thing, I feel like they could have a little hard time with that. But I feel like especially as an adult, they're just like, man, I'm so grateful for you and I'm proud of you and thank you. So yeah. I'm also hearing, not to worry you, but I'm also hearing there could be something with their heart, where it's like they could have like heart problems that they kind of need to be careful of. And they mean at this time they could be very focused on their health, you know, on making sure that their diet is okay, making sure that, you know, they're practicing exercise, and they could actually not necessarily retire early, but it's like they could be able to have a more chill job where it doesn't require a lot from them, something like that. I'm also getting, we were talking about like sports, right? And it could be that this person, you know, that thing with retiring earlier. Sport players, they kind of retire quite early, right? Because then there's like age and whatever happens in the sport world. So I feel like it's like they could have a lot of success, especially like young adult. That could be something. You'd have like a football player or something like that. And I feel like they're going to be quite successful and everything, but then they could kind of retire early, or something. That could also be something. But I definitely feel like, especially with the Fool, with them as a child, it's like they just want to break free and they just want to, but I think of like, they want to create mess, right? It's like, I feel like they could be quite a devious child, I have to say. They could make a little bit of a fuss. And I kind of feel like they like to, like, prank people, or I don't know, it's just like they like to create, they like to explore, they like to be creative with how they use instruments, let's call it. And that may not always be the best thing, you know? So I feel like that's something. I feel like they have kind of an imaginary mind, if that's what it's called. But I definitely get this thing with the Six of Wands that they could actually be, what is the word? they could be like prom queen, prom king, or something. Because again, I do feel like they're going to be quite popular in high school, and I feel like at this point it's like I feel like they actually like being a little bit the center of attention. But there's almost this thing of like, because people always assume that they have their shit together and that they're doing great, right? It's that thing of like, I kind of need to put this front of like, oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. This is exactly the path that I choose to do. Not that, you know, if they become a professional sport player, it doesn't have to be, I would even say that it doesn't even have to be a player. It could be like a coach or something. But it's not that if they pursue that they're not going to love it and it's not something that they want to do. But I feel like because it may be a little bit unconventional, they may have this feeling of like, oh, but I should be doing other things, you know? Maybe this is not, like, maybe people are disappointed in me or something, you know? But I actually feel like at the end, they're just going to feel like, I had a really good life. And I feel like, especially in their adult ages, just going to be like, they could have like a really 180 kind of turn where it's like, here I feel like they could be quite independent, just wanting their freedom, and here they could be quite a homebody and just like wanting to hug everyone and just saying I love you all the time. You know, they could be quite grateful for everyone and devote their life quite a lot to family and to their family. I keep wanting to say their family, so I really feel like their family is going to be quite important to them. So, what is the relationship with you and with the family going to be like? Okay, so I actually want one more because I was seeing the Five of Swords. Okay, so I get this feeling that, especially with the Five of Swords, like at first they may not understand what is going on, especially with the firstborn, and I feel like sometimes they may act out a little bit and have mood swings and push people away a little bit, because I do feel like they're going to be a bit more guarded. But I actually feel like, again, it's like as they get old, I feel like they start opening up a little bit more. I feel like they're always going to be a bit more closed off and not so much like romantic and everything and so giving, but I feel like they see very clearly and they could really express their gratitude for you and for everyone involved. And especially with this, like Queen of Pentacles and the Sun, I really feel like they're going to appreciate family and its support quite a lot. And it's going to mean the world to them, having you by their side and having their siblings by their side, you know. And especially with the Knight of Swords, with the motorcycle there, it's like, you call me, I'm there, you know. I feel like, especially as they get into this adult stage, I really feel like they just get into this point where it's like, I don't care where I'm at, I'm gonna go to you if you need me, you know. But I feel like it's always with a little bit of an emotional distance here. But yeah. So, what can you tell us about, excuse me, the relationship of the world? There we go with the Five Swords. I really feel like there's like this distancing if like they're showing the world something that they're not, because I feel like they don't feel comfortable to do that. And there could also be a little thing of, I'm going to lie because that is the only way people will like me. There's also a little bit of that, to be honest. But I feel like then they get in line, and to be honest, they could have like I feel like through a love story, I wouldn't be surprised if it is like they're used to being the popular kid, right, and everyone liking them, and there is this one person, this Queen of Swords, that is like, what the heck are you thinking? Like, don't look at me that way. Get out of here. Like, I don't like you. You know, it's like they may kind of be a little bit not necessarily of a bee, but I don't know, I feel like they are empowered, and they don't really give an F, and they're just like, I'm doing my thing, so why are you looking at me? Like, what do you want? And I feel like that is actually going to kind of spice this person up, you know, and they're going to want to fight for that Queen of Swords. And so I feel like that's something that kind of shapes them a little bit, shifts them as well. But I do feel like they kind of have this feeling of, with the thing we were actually talking before about, like, no one understands me, like people have a hard time understanding this person, and I feel like that is something that they tell themselves, and when you say something, you believe in it. So I feel like that just becomes their identity. It's like, I'm the misunderstood, and I'm this popular person, and my real self is not enough. There's also something around that, so I feel like they're gonna have a hard time connecting with other people in a real way. I feel like they could be quite, again, popular and sociable, but it's like, I feel like they have a hard time showing that true self to others. And again, with this hangman, it's like they feel like there's always something lacking career-wise. It's almost like I'm floating and I'm not really able to settle down on something. Something around those lines. But let's see here. Is there anything I've missed? We have answers. We have healing. And we have fertility. With reconciliation, yeah. So I definitely feel like with that reconciliation, I wouldn't be surprised if that is with not necessarily reconciliation, like you went your separate ways and all that, but I feel like it's just a reconciliation, especially with that thing of the past life that I mentioned before. It could definitely be something that happens here with the psychic abilities and all of that. They could actually, like, at a later age, they could end up helping, like, the first sibling or something in their business or in their career in the same field or something like that. But I definitely feel like this is someone that is a lot more powerful than they see themselves, and I feel like until they do, they kind of have a hard time seeing and fulfilling their truest potential, you know. But I feel like they eventually will. And in the end, I feel like they're gonna feel like they lived a happy life, you know. And with the answers, I really don't think that this person is too great with communication and communicating what they want and what they're feeling. Especially with Capricorn, they could be quite. I don't know. It's not to say that Capricorns are not. I don't know, emotional, but it's like I have a Capricorn moon, and it's like it can be quite difficult, especially at a young age. It was quite difficult for me to open up and for me to allow other people to see my emotional, vulnerable side. And so this person could have like a Capricorn moon or something, but I definitely feel like they could have a really hard time expressing that more vulnerable side, which could be quite artistic and creative, you know. We also have here early bird, especially if they're into sports. I feel like they could get up early to do something that they're really passionate about. We also have here tall. We also have accountant. I do feel like this second child could have a more masculine energy. We have insecure. Yeah, it's like they have the possibility to manifest a lot of money, but I feel like they're insecure about, can I actually manifest money? Can I actually create money, have money, you know? But they have a lot of dreams that they want to accomplish. We have independent, yeah, sometimes to a fault, I would say. We have dog owner. 35 to 40. Yeah, that could be when everything kind of shifts, and it could be like a very like quick change, you know? And then we have 25 to 30. So I feel like this could be like their popular like golden age. And then here it's like when they start settling down, it's like, oh wait, there's more to life. I could actually create a lot of beautiful things, and maybe the world isn't that bad, and maybe my family isn't that bad. And now I see why my first, why my older sibling was doing that and doing all of those things. I understand it now. You know, I feel like the 35 to 40, it's their enlightened age. So let's get here into last but not least, the Knight of Pentacles, and I actually, there you go, and see who are they. And I feel like this could actually be the most different from both. Where I feel like both siblings, the Knight of Cups and the Strength card, they're both very different. For sure. But it's almost like this is the one more down to earth. It's almost like they're actually human. There's this feeling of like they actually know how to be human. They could always have this thing of like they get their shit under control quite fast. I feel like they know exactly where they're going. It's just like they know how to shit. There's something about that. They could actually, I'm hearing they could become a doctor. But we have the Knight of Wands and we have the Three Cups. And it's so beautiful because I feel like they end up kind of being a mix of the first and the second sibling, but with their own qualities, of course. But I do feel like they're very practical, and it just feels like, I don't know, with that thing of like they get their shit again. It's like it feels like they're always surrounded by good luck, and they always know what to do. They always know what to say, and I feel like they just go through changes very easily, very quickly. It's just like nothing's happening. It's like they go through life flowing and floating, and it's just like wee. It's like nothing really bothers them, I would say. They could actually be quite happy joyful person. I don't see that it's like a super joyful and super like, whoa, but I feel like they're always like, you never really see them, not necessarily struggling, but I feel like you never really see them saying a bad word to someone else, or being truly pissed and having resentment and jealousy and anger. Of course they are human, but it's like, I don't know, I feel like they are able to go through those emotions and curb those emotions quite well and transform them, shift them into something better. And I feel like they really know how to do that. But I also feel like there's something here around, they could actually have multiple sources of income as they grow up, because I feel like they could have a lot of interests, and so I feel like some of those interests, they could actually turn it into like side hustles, and it ends up making them a little extra money. I don't see them having like a poor life. I don't see them having like a super rich life. I see them living life, because I feel like they could also really love spending it. So it's like, even if they make a lot of money, they spend it. So it's like they end up having like a pretty normal life. And when I say spend it, it's not, they don't spend it on luxurious things. They could spend it a lot on travels. And so because they actually invest that money on travels, they end up having a very regular day-to-day life, very simple apartment, like really, really normal things, normal car, normal clothes, nothing too fancy, and I also feel like they could actually have a lot of like memberships. I'm not sure what that is about, but I'm actually picking up on newspaper. Maybe like Netflix subscriptions. I don't know if Netflix is still a thing when this person is born. But they could actually have like a lot of memberships on things. I'm also hearing golf for some reason. So it could be like a golf membership club or something. I don't really know how golf works. But there's also something around those lines. So again, it's like at the end of the day, like the money that they end up being with, it's not that much, even, And then they have like food to pay, and it just, yeah. But I do actually feel like they are quite a creative person. I feel like they could actually really love music. I don't think that they necessarily do something with it, but I feel like they could play an instrument or learn to play an instrument. And that's something that they really adore doing in a later age, like as a hobby, I would say. And they could actually also really like horse riding, or at least like spending time in nature. I'm also hearing like they could go to a lot of resorts, because like we were talking about how their way to spend money, to use that money, is to invest on vacation. And I feel like when they do invest on vacation, it's like it's good vacation. It's like, if I'm going on vacation, if I'm going to that place, I'm gonna spend it right So I feel like they could use it on like resorts or something, like they like to pamper a little bit themselves a little bit, and all that. They could actually have a few friends with benefits situations growing up, but I actually feel like one of those could actually turn into a lover, or at least they know their future spouse quite early on, and he actually is a friend, and then it's like a friends to lovers kind of thing. That's also something that is coming through. But I actually feel like they're going to have amazing friends, and I feel like they're going to I don't know, it's not that this person is boring, but I just see them being normal. It's like they have a really normal, quiet life with their besties around, and they may not even like get out of their hometown or something like that. It's like they just stick to their roots, and I feel like it's almost like they like stability and predictability where they're at, and with the things that they know that are supposed to be there, right? It's like their spices is always in the same drawer, and dishes are always there, and this is my favorite meal. I cook it once a month. It's like they have really solid routines and almost like habits, and I don't know, like these things that are just like they have to happen. But at the same time, they like unpredictability when it is the time for unpredictability. So again, travel. They could travel the world a lot, and every time is to a different place, because they like that. They like to explore new things. And I feel like they always also really appreciate their friends, and it's like they have this really strong sense of community. That's something that I'm picking up on. But let's see here their flowers. We have Gerberry Daisy. Purity, cheerfulness, and innocence. The present moment is filled with joy and happiness. There's also something about journals. If you are attentive, you will see it. So again, I feel like this is such a grateful person. It's like, I love the life that I live and I wouldn't change a thing. And I'm so glad that I'm able to do this. And I'm so glad that I'm able to be here and be alive. It's like they know it and they feel it and they express it every single day. So they could actually keep like a gratitude journal. That could be it. But I definitely feel like this is someone that is very mindful and very like, all right, I'm here now. This is what I need to appreciate. So yeah, I actually feel like they have a really good human experience. I really get that feeling. That's why I feel like they're here from Earth. They know what they're doing. Because it does feel like they have their shit together from the day they're born. But we have Wine Rose as well, New Start and Wisdom. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. So I actually feel like this could be more of an introverted person, where I feel like they do have amazing friends, but I would say that it's just like 2 or 3 friends, and the rest, it's like they communicate, but it's like, well, yeah, whatever. They could actually be a fire earth cusp, so Leo, Virgo, Sagittarius, Sagittarius, Capricorn, or a what am I missing here? Aries, Taurus, and it's like they have that very introverted, earthy, homebody kind of point, but they also have all of this fireness that once came out with the unpredictability, right? But I feel like they could have like a sun in an earth sign. And so that is like their main energy. But I do feel like they spend a lot of time, this to say that I do feel like they spend a lot of time with themselves. They could also read a lot of books. Or again, with I think of the journal, they could journal a whole lot. And so I feel like they really know themselves and they know what they want. They know how to have it. They know what to create with it. And so I feel like that is something significant for them. And I feel like that's even something that kind of, they could start at a very young age, like with a diary or something. And that is a ritual that they kind of maintain. But we also have Gardenia with awareness, wake up, roll the clouds away, and look. It's like this person is always, I wouldn't be surprised if this person is an optimistic, because it's almost like they're always trying to look at the positive side of things. And I feel like that's why they're always so blessed and they're always so guided and connected with other people. It's because they know how to be blessed, they know how to be grateful and how to have fun with the world, and we have Jonquil as well, power. Take hold of what you know is yours. There's, I think, of like the predictability and like the foundation structure, right? It's like they know the things that they want, they like the things that they want, and the things that they have, and they just have this really huge appreciation. And I also feel like it's like they could be in a place where they are recognized and they are appreciated for what they do. And I do feel like it is because they've worked hard for it. It's not just someone that, I don't know, they got into the business and, oh, yay, here I am. I feel like this is someone that really works hard for the place that they have at a certain point in life. This is someone that, like, I really see them having the normal like path. I see them going through school, possibly like straight A's, going to college, really rocking it, and then going to the work world, and they're really recognized and they're appreciated by their work. They could actually work with children. That is something that I'm picking up on. And I just feel like they're really appreciated for what they do, because they're good at it. They worked for it, and they don't give up. Like, they continue to learn, and they continue to improve themselves, even as a person, with that thing of getting to know themselves. Like, they always want to be better. They always want to do better. So that's also something. But let's take a look at their evolution here, if the deck allows us to do that. Okay. What can you tell us about this person has a child? We have Tower. I feel like they're going to be a bit of a surprise to you. Them has a young adult. All right, we have the Queen of Cups with the Lovers. I'm actually going to take it. And them has an adult. We have the Chariot. Yep. The Ten of Cups also wanted to be seen. And we have this Moon over here. All right. So, with this Tower, and them has a child, there are a couple things. I feel like they're going to, how do I say this? I feel like they're going to feel like a rainbow in the middle of a storm. There's something like that. Because I feel like, first of all, again, they could come up as a surprise. So it's like their timing is a little bit like, oh my God, what do I do? Oh my God, I wasn't expecting this. What is going on here? How do I act with another child? That could be something. But I feel like for most of you, it's definitely talking about like, maybe you're used to a lot of chaos and a lot of like screaming and like kids just running around. And I feel like this person is going to be a chill dude. It's going to be like they're in the little corner playing with their trunks alone, just doing whatever they want, not really caring too much about what is going on around them. You call them to eat, they go. I feel like they're going to be a really peaceful child. And I know that's quite the opposite of the tower. The tower is about disruptor and everything. But I feel like it's just about like the influence that they're going to have in the household. Because I feel like this is going to be someone that is like out of the drama. First and second sibling could be fighting. They're like, yo, just breathe, dude. Everything is going to be okay. And I feel like they're not going to make a lot of a mess. I mean, every kid has their, their things, right? And their tantrums and everything. But I feel like overall, they're just going to be a really chill child, I would say. I also feel like they could actually really love to give gifts. So it could start like, especially as a child, it could start has like a little flower, or they draw you something. Because like I'm looking here at the, what are these called? I don't remember the name, but I'm looking at these, and it's like, I don't know, it's almost like the squirrel is offering them to the tree. It's like, there you go, little tree, survive, please. So I feel like sometimes it's just a little smile or just a little I love you, I feel like that's something that they really want to, I don't know, because I feel like they're quiet, but I feel like they're quite observant, and I feel like they really know how people are feeling and what the mood needs. And so I feel like they're that provider. They're the provider of the mood shift, I would say. And so I really feel like they always have like a kind word. It's just like, breathe, mama, you've got this, and I don't know, it's just like I feel like they're a really cool child. Just like they're just so chill and awesome. And I also feel like one thing is for sure, it's like I feel like when they have a tantrum or when they're angry, I feel like they really get angry. Because I feel like they're like powerful, strong emotions. I feel like they don't know quite how to handle them as well. I was picking up on that before, and now it's kind of coming up again, where I feel like this kid could have ADHD or autism. I was picking up on autism right now, but it doesn't have to be though. It's just for a few of you. But I definitely feel like they don't know how to deal with very strong emotions. That's why I feel like they like predictability, and they like to predict unpredictability, but at the same time, they like the unpredictability. But it's just like, I feel like they like things in their spot, and they like to know they like to know with what they're counting with, so I feel like that's also something. But when it comes to them as a young adult, I feel like they get loose a little bit, and I feel like they start getting a little bit more free and a little bit more in tune with what they want. I also feel like they start managing their emotions a lot better, and so I feel like they kind of are able to understand what they want and what they want and what they don't want and how they need to have it. That's why I feel like when they get into their young adult and they're, they start that school process and everything, it's like, all right, well, this is my dream. I want to become this person. So for me to do that, I have to do this. And so they start doing it. I also feel like there is someone that I do feel like it is that friend that could eventually turn into a lover that I feel like could really help them relate with that. Because I feel like they're opposites in a very, very positive way. Because I feel like it's like they really complement each other, and they really help understand the sides of them that they don't understand. Because, for example, the strong emotions, they don't know how to deal with them. And the other person is like super out there, super extroverted, and super, they know how to connect with those emotions. And so it's kind of, they teach them, right? And I feel like they grow together really, really well. And I feel like they're going to have a really beautiful time with that person. And I feel like it's going to be quite meaningful. Or people, if it is just friends in general. But I really feel like the people that they meet in their young adult ages, they're definitely going to matter. And it's definitely going to be like friends for life. So that's definitely something that is coming through. I'm also getting something where I feel like they could. There's something about like it's like it's so interesting because I feel like your family is super like psychic, gifted, and I feel like this person they could visualize things very well as well, and I feel like they could actually have very recurrent dreams about their dream career and what their dream career looks like or something like that. First of all, because I feel like they're super focused on that, so that's also how dreams work, where you focus, especially before you sleep. It's what your dream is going to talk about. Um, but I feel like there's also it's more to it. It could be very much aligned with their spiritual path. So, their guides are always also coming through with messages through their dreams about that career. But I feel like they're very I don't know, connected spiritually with that life purpose. And so I feel like that's something that they kind of dream often about. And I would even say like if they end up being a doctor of some sort, they could dream of their patients, and they could even dream, it's like they could have like those lipo moments while they sleep, you know so that could also be something. I wouldn't be surprised if this person is more of a night owl, actually, at least when they're studying. And yeah, yeah, that's essentially it. So them as an adult with a chariot, in that 10 of cups, the moon, I feel like they're going to be quite a happy adult. I feel like they're going to be living their dream life, especially with this 10 of cups. There's like all this family and they just love it. And there's almost this feeling of like I'm providing to my family what my parents provided to me. So I feel like they're always going to have this huge gratitude to you, and to the family that you've created. And I feel like that is something that they are proud of having in their own life, with their own children and everything. Um, they could also have like quite a big wedding. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's something about, how do I phrase this? Where it's like I feel like they don't like to show off, but I feel like in their wedding day they really want it to be big. They really want it. It's like if we're gonna put it out there one day, then we're gonna do it right. So I feel like they could have quite a big wedding, and I feel like they're going to remember it forever and ever, and I feel like they're going to cherish this spouse so big, and I feel like it's like they're always going to be rocking, together, moment by moment, and I really feel like they're going to be inseparable. I also get this feeling of them perhaps like in their adult ages. Maybe it's related with something that they start in their young adult ages, where it's like when they get into their workplace, to their work field, they start at a company, or they start at a particular place, or particular something, and it's like in their adult ages they're actually able to step into a leadership role, or get a promotion of some sort, something like that. That could also be talking about like the recognition, and them being that thing of like they're recognized and they're appreciated the work because they are good at their work. So they could become quite recognized and be in this leadership position, at some level with their career here. All right. So, and like this person is just flowing so well. I feel like they're really chill. They're really like, they're someone that you can have like just small talk and it feels so interesting. But let's see here, their relationship with family and with you specifically. We have the Ace of Swords. So I do feel like there's something about like them being peaceful. And I feel like they're not that like the type of person to talk a lot. I feel like they're only going to talk when they feel the need to talk. And I feel like that's why they're not going to be part of a lot of drama. Sometimes I may even feel like sometimes they could, or they should, indulge in conversation a little bit more and indulge in connection a little bit more, because sometimes it's not that they feel left out, but it's like sometimes maybe I feel like I might be missing something because I'm so focused on my career, because, I don't talk so much, or because I'm so different from my siblings. I feel like sometimes they can kind of struggle with that, but I also feel like it's like they appreciate the family that they have, and I really feel like they're going to be happy about it. And I also feel like there's something, like they could really struggle with your loss, the loss of you, because eventually we all go from this one to another one, but they could quite struggle with your loss. That is something that is coming through. There's another message. Tell me more about this Ace of Swords. There's something else here. I feel like sometimes that is interesting. There's something about like sometimes they wonder if starting their own family, if it was the thing that brought a little bit of distance or something, or in this case, it could also be talking about, yeah, like their career or something and their focus on their career. Like sometimes they wonder if that created even more distance, like just their personality itself of being a bit more reserved and being a little bit more, just in their own quarter and everything. I feel like sometimes I wonder if that and the focus on the career and always kind of wanting to keep going with their family and just spending a lot of time with their own family, if that created even more distance. And I feel like sometimes it's something I feel like they wish that they could do more. I feel like that's something that they could kind of feel in their life. But yeah, I would even say, we were talking in the beginning how that Ten of Cups, King of Pentacles could be someone could be like a grandchildren. And it's interesting that we had the King of Cups, the King of Pentacles, because it's almost like the level up of the Knight of Pentacles. So I would say that it would be this person's children that they're going to have a lot of impact in your life, and you're going to have a lot of impact in their life. So that's why I feel like when you're gone, they're really going to feel your loss, and I feel like they're really going to miss you a lot. And all that, because I feel like possibly when they get married, they could kind of close up a little bit, but I feel like when they have their children, it's like you could connect a little bit again. There's also something around that. But what about the relationship with the world? You have the Nine of Swords. It's like I feel like they don't really like to put themselves out there. I feel like they always try to create peace. They again, they don't really like the drama. And with the Six of Cups, there is that reiteration that they could definitely work with children. And especially with the Nine of Swords, like they could work with children at a more of a stress place. So that would be like, for example, being a doctor where kids are sick. So they kind of have to take care of them. And it is a stressful place. But, excuse me, it's almost like they're this white bird here fighting all the black ones, right? But I definitely feel like they sometimes feel like they don't really know how to connect with other people. And I feel like sometimes they do kind of wish that they would put themselves a little bit more out there. I feel like also at some point in their marriage, there's something about like them questioning if they got married too young, if they should have explored other people a little bit more, if there was more for them, And I would even say that it could be more for their spouse. It's like, oh, maybe my spouse would love to be with someone else, or maybe my spouse kind of regrets that we got married so soon and we couldn't see other people that much. There's a little bit of this energy. I feel like they could be kind of insecure on how other people view them. That's something that is coming through. But yeah, so let's see here if there's anything else that I've missed before we get into messages from your future kids. What they would like to tell you right now has spirit babies. Any guidance for you right now or anything like that. But before we get into that, can we get one more here? We have career, we have peace, which is basically talking about everything that we already discussed about. And we also have empowerment. I actually feel like, okay, that's actually interesting. I actually feel like the loss of you, I feel like it's going to cause them a lot of struggle and a lot of heartache and everything. But I actually feel like it could be a place of empowerment, because I feel like they could have to step up a little bit and put themselves a little bit more out there. You may actually have that effect on them or something. And I feel like as they grow up a little bit, I feel like they could become a little bit more confident, especially with this Nine of Swords. Like, when their career takes this like really positive turn of like promotion, or they get into a leadership role, I actually feel like they gain a little bit more confidence about it. So that's also something. And I feel like when you pass on, They have this feeling of like you're looking at them from the sky, so they're protected, they're safe, and I know you're empowering me to be better and to become a better person. So I feel like that's something that I also feel like they're really going to try and keep in mind. But let's see here. Any other traits or messages that want to come through about this third child? We have psychologist. Ah, okay. Which kind of makes sense, you know. Nine of Swords, that is about thoughts and stress, anxiety. So especially if they deal with like ADHD or autism, it could be that they would want to help kids that have the same thing, you know. But we have Insecure, which we did talk about. We also have Artist. We have Early Bird. I feel like that is more at like an older age. We have Spirituality, Philosophy. We have Water. So there we go. It's like they have like a love-hate relationship with their emotions, especially the strong ones. At first, they really struggle with it. But then I feel like they kind of, yeah, especially when they get older, 40, 45 perhaps. Or even like, you know, at a young adult, I feel like they start working with it. And at an adult, they're totally on board with the all of those emotions, and they know how to deal with them. But they could have like a big emotional state that sometimes may be hard to control. So from 40 to 50, that could be a significant age for them. Let's see here. Anything else? I actually feel like with this spirituality and philosophy, I feel like especially the philosophy part, but with the spirituality, I feel like they may start getting into that as they get those dreams. I feel like, you know, they could start getting curious, like, okay, what the heck is talking about? Like, why am I having these dreams? What the heck is going on here, you know? So I feel like they kind of start looking into it. Then we have Architect and Travel, which I kind of feel like it's related. When they do travel, I feel like they get really drawn to the places, architecture, and the buildings and all that, especially the historical places. But yeah, we also have here player and lawyer. So I kind of get these feelings, like we were talking about how they could have like a friends with benefits situation or multiple. And I kind of feel that they have that, but they are not, I don't know, like a bad person. I feel like they get things pretty straight clear from the get-go. And it's like, hey, I'm not really looking for a commitment. Like, I only want, you know, this physical side. To be honest, I kind of feel like they've always had a crush on the person that they are going to marry with. But maybe that person wasn't really available. So they're like, I know you're going to be available for me one day. And I know I'm going to take you out on a date. But until that happens, I'm going to have my fun with other people. Because I have my needs, right? So that could be what happens here. And I feel like they're always really, really clear on like, this is what I want. I don't want anything else than just this physical side of stuff. So hold your horses. I hope you're okay with that. So yeah. But let's get here the messages that your spirit babies have for you. This could be about anything, literally anything that you're going through right now, and maybe some things that they want you to know. So we have You Got the Love, Hadarian Energy, Codependency, Boundaries. We also have Starkeeper, Cosmic Ancestors, See the Light by Staying Grounded. We have Karmic Relationships, Orion Energy, Polarity, Soul Growth, Conflict. We have Home. We have Water with Hydrate. We also have Birthing a New Age, Birthing New Creations, Dreaming a New World into Being. Trust the Niggle, What is the Niggling Feelings Trying to Tell You? And we have No. Wait, postpone, pause, say no. That is so interesting. Because I feel like there is someone here that you need to let go of. And I feel like you already know that. With this Trust the Niggle, I feel like your intuition already has this feeling like this is not healthy, this is not a healthy relationship, this is not going to go anywhere. I really need to create boundaries here. I really need to let this go. And I feel like your spirit babies are trying to tell you that, is that no, that is not our parent. That is not the person that is meant for you. And if this is about career, for example, or with a home, it could also be about like the people you live with, or even your family or something. But I really feel like your spirit babies are trying to tell you that whatever you already know that is not good for you, yes, it's not good for you. So please go. You know, I really feel like there's a very perhaps controlling, obsessive energy here going on, and I really feel like it is time for you to walk away from that, because there is something way better out there for you, especially with this birthing a new age. You know, it's like you have new people to meet, you have a new like a new company to go towards, you have a new place to live. It's like you have new energy wanting to come in, but it cannot come in until you let this go, until you flush it out of the toilet. Okay? And with this Star Keeper, the first thing that I heard is like, we're protecting you. Don't worry, we've got you. We're here with you. Okay? So I really feel like you are super protected. Your spirit babies are with you. But there is something that you really, really, really have to go and to let go of, because it's not healthy for you. Okay? At the very least, if it is family, at the very least, I do feel like you need to create some boundaries here. Okay? We also have here, come play with me, dreams, wise, and do you love me? So, I feel like with this, like, do you love me? There's this feeling of, well, I feel like they all kind of correlate, where it's like, first of all, are you loving yourself? You know, are you taking time to play with yourself, to have fun, to dream away, and to go towards those dreams? Because it's time for you to play and have fun and go towards your dreams, because they believe in you and they are worth going towards. But another thing is like, with this do you love me, it's like, do you even feel like this person truly loves you? Do you even feel like that is love? What is love for you? Are you having fun in that relationship? Are you having fun in that job? Are you having fun with that environment? Like, do you feel safe there? Do you feel happy there? I feel like those are questions that you should ask yourself. And just like with this wise and dreams, like, you deserve so much better than this. Is this really the person you want to be with? Is this really the job that you want to have? Is this really the place where you want to be at? Your dreams deserve a place in your life, and I feel like your spirit babies are really wanting you to know that they would be so freaking proud of you if you would. Well, they're already proud of you, but it's like, this would be a badass move, and they would be so freaking proud and be like, yeah, that's my parent right there. Okay? So I really feel like there is something here that your spirit babies are encouraging you to let go of, in order for you to pursue something else, and for you to be able to receive something else has the blessing. Okay? So yeah, we're at this over an hour, so I think it's time to go. But I hope this excited you for your future babies. I would really love to know, if you already have children, if they kind of resonate with your children. But yeah, definitely let me know in the comments down below. And don't forget to subscribe and to smash the like button for me. I would really appreciate it. That is the easiest way for you to support my channel. And even if you don't want to subscribe, just please smash the like button if you enjoy this reading, because it really does help. So with that being said, if you want to support me any further, you can check out your individual signs. I have individual signs. Even if you are a cusp, I have channel for those two things, the Sunny Virgo and the Sunny Virgo Tarot. But we can get a private reading, and that is going to be in the description box below. Or you can support me through Patreon, where I have self-care content and twin flame readings. Okay? So with that being said, I love it very much. I wish you the best, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hi there, my pod number 4. Welcome into your reading. So if you chose the Moonstone and the Wonder Moon Tarot, this is going to be your reading about your future kids. So let's take a look at them. Let's get to know them, shall we? If you're interested in knowing what we're going to look at exactly, definitely check out the intro, where I kind of show you where we're going to look at step by step. But if not, and you're just going to go with the flow with me, welcome in, buckle up, and get ready. So let's get here. What I decided is that we're going to first pull 4 cards. And if a court card or a major arcana shows up, which a court card is like the knights, the kings, the queens, the pages, those are going to symbolize a child. The major arcanas are also going to symbolize a child. Those are like the empress, the emperor, those kind of cards. If it is a minor arcana, it's nothing. It's bananas. So let's see here. What do we have? What are your future kids? There's actually a little nuance that I've prepared, in case none of those cards show up, a chord or a major arcana doesn't really show up. I've prepared a few nuances for the major arcanas, but let's see here. What do we have? So we have the 7 of Cups. We have the Queen of Cups. So we have a little child for you over there. Boop. We have the 8 of Swords. And we have the Hierophant with the Eight of Pentacles, which is interesting. Let me take one more. Ah, okay. Okay. So here's the deal. You actually, there is a possibility that you have 2 children, but one of them is either adopted or it could come from another marriage. So take that however resonates. But I kind of feel like this could be, I was kind of picking up on with the Eight of Pentacles is that this second pregnancy could already be of risk, or it's already a little bit, I don't know, maybe you've just reached this age where it's like you cannot have any kids any longer. But I definitely feel like you could have another child. But I feel like it could be kind of up to you, because I feel like, especially with the Five of Pentacles, it is like it can happen, it cannot happen. So I feel like it is a little bit up to you. Let me try and get a bit more information around this Death card. Yeah, especially with the 10 of Pentacles, I do feel like it could be. One thing that I'm getting is that it could also be an animal. There you go. But I feel like it could be from another family, because we have the 10 of Pentacles, you know, which symbolizes family. So it's like it is a transformation from one family to the other. And it could actually be from your own family. So this could be like you're their what is the name? Legal guardian, something like that. Their godmother, godfather, and it could be that, you know, eventually their parents kind of pass away or something, and you kind of take that role. So that could also be something that, or even from a friend with this Three of Pentacles, even from a friend. But that's something that is also coming through. Should we look into this child? Page of Stars. Yeah, why not? Okay. So we're going to look into all of these. The Queen of Cups, the Hierophant, and the Death card. And we're going to get some personalized information about each and every one of them. And with the Seven of Cups and the Eight of Swords, to be honest, I feel like your pregnancies could all be a little bit up and down. Okay, so you may not always, I don't know, it's almost like, I'm even getting this thing of like, I don't know if you saw One Tree Hill. That is the most recent TV show that I've just seen. But it's like, at some point, she doesn't really know. Brooke Davis doesn't really know. I'm probably giving you spoilers, but anyways. Doesn't really know if she can, she thinks she cannot get pregnant, and they're trying to adopt and everything. But eventually she actually does. So it could be that you always kind of get a little bit like, I don't know, it's always like, can I get pregnant? Am I getting pregnant? Am I pregnant? You know, there's a little bit of this, and when I say am I, it's like, am I has a couple, you know, are we pregnant? But I feel like it's always a little bit up and down. But let's see here. Let's start with the Queen of Cups. Who is this lovely, I do feel like it is actually a female. Or at least it has, yeah, it is actually a female. We have like Queen of Pentacles as well, so it's definitely a female. So your first child is going to be a little baby girl. And we have Queen of Cups, we have the Queen of Pentacles, and the Two of Cups. So I definitely feel like this is someone that is going to be very lovey-dovey, very caring, very sweet, but also with an attitude. It's like they have a little bit of everything. They have a little sprinkle of charm and simplicity, but they're also a little bad bitch, you know? I feel like they have a little bit of both. Because I actually feel like they could actually really love to dress up, and from a very young age, they could I don't know, like going to the closet and trying yours or your partner's clothes, trying on makeup or something. It's like they could really like to be pampered. I also feel like they really love Disney princesses as they grow up. And that's something that they really love. But I feel like they're very giving. I feel like they're the type of person that would always like share their lunch. That's something that I'm actually picking up on, is like they're eating something and they go towards you and they ask like, hey, do you want, like, are you okay? Are you hungry? You know, I feel like they really love to share. But at the same time, I really feel like when they grow up, they are like total bad bitch. It's like they're, honey, I'm in control, I'm empowered, I'm confident, and I know you like me, you know? I feel like they're actually going to be quite beautiful, and they could have a lot of people wanting to kind of hook up with them, have a relationship with them. It's like they're going to have a lot of admirers, and I definitely feel like they're gonna, I feel like they're gonna like it and hate it at the same time, because I feel like, of course, it's great to have that, but at the same time, I feel like sometimes they feel like they cannot really connect with people on a true level, especially with the hookups. Like, there could be a lot of, well, there are a lot of players, and I'm sure that won't change in, in a few years. I feel like there are a lot of people like that, and I feel like they sometimes get a little bit tired of that, and I feel like they sometimes could struggle with, is that really all I'm worth? It's like, it's really my body, everything that people see, and I feel like they could struggle a little bit with it at some level. I was hearing, is this me? So your first child could even be, if you resonate with that, your first child could be quite similar, or could have quite a similar experience that you do. But yeah, I also feel like there's something, they could really, really love jewelry. That's something that is coming through really strongly. But I feel like especially fashion, they could be really into fashion. I feel like they're very elegant. I'm also hearing rocky, so they could really love rock music, or, I feel like they can just rock anything that they want and anything that they like. But I'm also getting these feelings like they can dress sexy, they can dress elegant, they can dress humbly and sunshiny, they can dress in a more rock kind of way and punk. They can dress anything. So I wouldn't be surprised if this person turns out to be a fashion designer or in the fashion industry. But let's pull here a few flowers that would represent this person. You can take these as inspiration for their name, or just take them and put them in their bedroom, for example, when they grow up, or when they're born, because it's almost like protecting flowers, let's say. But let's see here. So we have trumpet gentian, power and healing. To get what you love, you first have to be patient with what you have. So I feel like this is someone that, again, I feel like they're going to be very humble. I feel like they're someone that I feel like they're also going to really appreciate their body, and they're really going to appreciate who they are, and I don't know, just like the life that they have and everything that they own. They could actually, you yourself could be quite wealthy when you have her. So it's so interesting because I usually say when you have them. So I really feel like this could be a female, but you could be quite wealthy, and so it's like, I don't think that they take that wealth for granted. They could actually go to a school where there are some poor people, or they have like friends that are poor growing up, or something like that. It's like they appreciate and they value so much from a very young age, I would say, like everything that they have, and everything that they're growing up with, because I feel like they know that there are people that don't have that, and it's like, my God, I just really hope that things can get better for you. I feel like they're such a sweet, gentle soul. And I feel like they genuinely want people to get better, and they genuinely want people to have the same opportunities and the same possibilities that they do. But yeah, we also have here sweepy, blissful pleasure. Follow your bliss, and the universe will open doors where they were only walls. So I feel like with this, I really feel like in terms of career, they could very well do something that they really, really love. And I don't think that they're ever going to feel blocked in it, So perhaps you're not going to stop them in following their dreams and whatever they want to do with their life. I feel like you're actually going to support them quite a lot. And I feel like they're always going to, even if you don't, to be honest, I feel like they're not going to give enough, because their dream and they're going to go towards it. There's that kind of sassy attitude. It's like, it's my life, I'm going to do what I want. Actually have fun in their teenage years, because I feel like they could get a little bit sassy. But I definitely feel like this is someone that I feel like they're going to know what they want from a very young age, I would say. And I don't think that they're ever going to stop dreaming about it. So, for example, if it is fashion, I feel like they always, from a young age, they know that they love fashion, and they know that eventually they will do something about it, with it, And I feel like it's almost like it's a little dream that it's always inside of them, and it never really loses them. And so I feel like that's something that they're not willing to give up on. It's like, even if you don't, that's why I feel like even if you don't support them, but I feel like you will, though, because you're here. And over here on the Bird Nest community, we're all supportives. But Um, I definitely feel like even if people don't support in just general, society, I feel like they're not going to back down because, like, this is it. I know it's it. And I'm not going to give up on my dream just because society doesn't like it. I like it, and that's what matters. So I feel like that's something that they are really, really excited to accomplish. But I also feel like they can always it's almost like they can turn a bad situation into a good one. I feel like they always, they can always do that. I don't necessarily, that is the funny thing. I don't necessarily feel like they're positive though. Like, positive, optimistic. Because I actually feel like when it's to other people and giving that support and, just sharing their heart with other people, with comfort and everything, if they're going through a rough time, I feel like they're great at seeing the good side. It's like, oh, but this happened because this was supposed to happen, and you deserve so much more. It's like, you're gonna be okay. Don't you worry about it. But if it happens to them, they're like, it's the whole world is falling apart, and oh my god, I'm having the worst day of my life. I feel like they have a hard time seeing the good things in their life when something bad happens. But overall, I feel like they try to look at the good side of stuff. I just feel like sometimes, especially if it is something that they were really hoping for that would work out in their favor, I feel like sometimes they can bring themselves down a little bit. But we also have Peony here. Health, focus on all parts to make the whole. And we have Jonquil, power, take hold of what you know is yours. So there's something here, especially with health. I'm not sure if you were like into some type of health practice or if you like healthy food, if you like exercise, but there's something about like, if you don't, it could be either your spouse or like a family member that is really into health, and I feel like they're going to actually gain that from them. And I feel like they're really going to love it. So it's going to be something that it's going to stick with them. It's, for example, what is the word? It's not push. It's like oh gosh, I'm not remembering the word in Portuguese. You really motivate them to get into exercise and to take care of their body, and you cook really healthy, nourishing meals, and they love it, and they start getting up those recipes, and they do that themselves, and I feel like they're really going to be a healthy person, because that is going to really matter. To be honest, I'm picking up a little bit of model vibes, I'm not gonna lie. So it could be something that they're eventually doing, and so they are taking care of their body in the way that feels nice to them. I actually feel like they could be more on the skinnier side, but I don't see them being like super skinny, because hopefully the model industry will change eventually as we go. I feel like it's already doing that, but still. But I don't see them kind of forcing themselves to be a certain weight or a certain type or something like that. I just feel like they want to be healthy, and so that's something that they really strive for. But I also feel like with this Jonquil in power, take hold of what you know is yours. I feel like they're kind of possessive, to be honest. They could actually be a Scorpio. I didn't mention it, but in terms of zodiac signs, we have Scorpio and Capricorn energies so far. But I definitely feel like they could have this like kind of little bit of possessiveness energy to them. I feel like especially with themselves, because I feel like when they're dealing with those player and hookups and everything, people that don't want to take them seriously, I feel like they are really, really protective of themselves. And I don't think that they enjoy it. So I feel like they're not really going to want to be around those people. I also feel like they're really firm in their beliefs and in their lifestyle choices. It's that thing. It's like, even if people don't support them, they don't care, because I know that my dream it's mine, and I know that it's there. I know that it's possible. I know that it's something that is meant for me. So why the heck would I stop myself from accomplishing it and living it, right? So I feel like they also become quite possessive around that. But let's see, what do we have for them as a child? We have the Two of Swords. Has a young adult. We have the Moon. With the Lovers, they could actually have a twin flame. If you resonate with that term, or just, a higher level soulmate that they're really strongly connected with. And has an adult. We how the queen of wands, there we go with the bad bitch attitude. So I really feel like when they become an adult, they're just like, yes, queen, you know? I feel like they're really going to, because I feel like they're also going to possibly be quite looked up by other people in whatever they do with their career. And so I definitely feel like it's like they want to be in their best game. It's like, I'm not going to let anyone take advantage of me. I also feel like they have this really strong sense of service. So it's like, I need to be at my best. My company, my business, my whatever needs to be at my best because other people depend on it. Especially if it is something, if they own a business, it's like other people rely on me. Like, you better give me your best game. You better give me your best fabric. You know, you better give me your best whatever. Excuse me. And because like this is going to other people, and other people are dependent on that best fabric. So I'm not going to give them any like low price kind of thing. I'm going to give them the best, you know. So I feel like they're really first of all, I feel like they're really hardworking, but I also feel like they are very clear and, I don't know, very strong-headed in business. It's like, it's my way or no way at all. Let me just drink a little water. But actually, they could actually have like this crown over there, and the wrist is actually really dragging my attention. So it could be that they have like a little wrist tattoo, not necessarily a crown, but I feel like they could have like a little, or in the finger, you know, but I feel like it's really small. It's like barely noticeable. Or like behind the ears, I'm also getting that. But getting back here into child, we have the Two of Swords, where I feel like they're like totally oblivious of the world. I feel like they're just like, what? I exist? I feel like they could even be a little bit spacey sometimes, and aloof. I feel like sometimes they could have, sometimes they may think that they are dumb, but they are not. Because I feel like sometimes they take a little bit of a time to react. But I don't think that it's anything serious. I just feel like they're just like in their own world. And I feel like they're still in this very like giving energy and everything. And sometimes they may get a little bit, they may be taken advantage of it sometimes. And I feel like as they go, they're still trying to figure that out. So I feel like that's also why they're still trying to figure out, okay, should I put myself out there? Is it safe? Should I back down? What should I do here? You know? And I mean, they're just a child. But I feel like they may not have the easiest time connecting with others for some reason. Tell me a little bit more about these Two of Swords. Yeah, I do feel like it's almost like they're judged by their true self. Because again, I feel like they're really into fashion from a young age, and they really like to dress up. And they may want to go for like kindergarten with a princess dress, or with some makeup, you know, or something like that. They like to express themselves physically, aesthetically, you know. And I feel like, or they wear really weird combinations, you know. What is that movie? I feel like it's Me Before You. Maybe, where it's like she has like bumblebee leggings or tights, bumblebee tights, I think. It's like she dresses in the most weird way, and I feel like it could be a little bit like that. And so as a child, it's like people may not understand how. First of all, people may not understand how you're letting your child dress up that way. But I feel like other kids may not understand like the way that they express themselves, you know. So I feel like they could have a little bit of a hard time with that. But with the moon here, in their young adult time, I do feel like there's this feeling of they could meet a very significant soulmate, possibly a twin flame, and I feel like then, to be honest, I don't think that they kind of get together straight away here, because I feel like they go a little bit back and forth with that type of hookup energy. But I do feel like eventually they would come back to this person, I would say, if that is in the plans, because not all twin flames reunite. But we did get that lover, so I do feel like there was, or there will be, someone very significant for them here that is going to kind of, I was going to say shape up their world. There's something about like, I feel like they're going to learn a very important, valuable lesson from this person that I feel like it's going to kind of determine the rest of the years for them. And then again, at a later age, when they're both healed or something, they could actually come back together. But I do feel like they're going to have a lot of impact on each other. I also feel like I'm here like almost working secretly, or it's like they keep their secrets a lot to themselves and they don't really let that out too much. Because I really feel like they don't want other people to ruin it. I feel like especially because they may not be totally understood in the way that they express themselves as a child, I feel like they keep that to themselves as a young adult, but they are a little bit more open up about who they are. And then when they get into their adult ages, oh boy, no one can stop them then. I would say especially I'm hearing like 20, especially 25, I feel like around 25, that could be like their golden age. It's like they're totally rocking it. It's like, yes. So that's really good. Let's see here. What is their relationship with you and with family in general? But we have here Page of Wands, Ace of Cups, Knight of Pentacles. To be honest, I feel like you're going to have so much fun. Especially if you are a single parent. I'm hearing that for some of you. If you are a single parent when you have this kid, I feel like there's like just this bond, this really sweet bond that it's almost like your besties, But even if you're not, and I don't think that that is for all of you, there's just a lot of admiration that I feel like she's gonna have in you, and I keep feeling the need to say she and her and all of those things, because especially if you also resonate as a woman, I feel like there's just this thing of like, I want to be exactly like my mama, I want to be exactly like you. I'm so proud of you. You're so beautiful. You're so special. I love you, And there's just this thing of, God, I wish one day I can be as awesome and as beautiful as you are, You could actually hear that quite often. I wouldn't be surprised, especially with that thing of like the giving, I feel like it's not just about food. I feel like there's also a lot of appreciation, and she could actually compliment you a lot, even if you resonate as a male. But I definitely feel like there is a strong bond here, because it's almost like, she is this Queen of Wands, and she is the person that she aspires to be as a child, which is you, even if you are a male, I feel like she just aspires to be exactly like you, and I feel like she's going to have an amazing relationship with you, and I feel like there's also, like, in terms of, I do see this thing of, like, family rituals, where, I don't know, it's like you may go a lot of times to the park, or take, just go to dinner a lot, and just have this really fun time. You may play all together a lot. I feel like there's just this really joyful, like, I hear a lot of laughter, and it's almost like, I don't know, in the movies, this person could really like movies, or you do, because I keep getting, like, movie references and all that, and TV shows, but in the movies, when there's like this thing of like, it looks like they're in heaven, they're dreaming and that kind of thing, and it feels very peaceful and ethereal, that is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. It's like, it's almost like a distant memory. And I feel like there's going to be a lot of appreciation for those memories as they grow up. Like the laughter, the laying in bed and just tickling and just having fun, the games, and the little dates, going out all together as a family. I feel like that is really going to be something very sweet that they're going to cherish. And I'm getting goosebumps all over. But I definitely feel like they're going to have so much fun. And again, especially with this Ace of Cups, and the Knight of Pentacles, there's not only this thing of like aspiring to be like you, literally, but also aspiring to be such a great parent as you are going to be to them, and I actually feel like they only want to be a parent. They may not, one thing that I'm getting is like, they may not even like children that much, but they want to be a parent just because you are, just because they want to be able to experience the love that you feel for them. And they feel that love. They for sure feel that love. And they really want to be able to experience that love with a child of their own. So I feel like it's almost like that is the only reason I want a child. But yeah, it's like they really hope that one day they can be such an amazing parent as you are going to be. So yeah, I'm really curious with all of the readings, like if you already have these children, and it kind of, it actually resonates, that would be cute. But their relationship with the world, we have the power, we have the Six of Swords, And so, yeah, there's definitely this thing of like power, especially with the King of Pentacles here. They know that they have the power over people, especially with their beauty, I would say. They know that they have some sort of control with them. But I also feel like with the Six of Swords, there's that feeling of like, it feels like sometimes people are only there for that side of them. You know, people are only there because they want to take advantage of them, or they want to use something of them or something like that. And I feel like sometimes they get a bit sad about it. But I feel like overall, they always have this attitude of like, I've just defeated my demons. I've just won this battle, and I'm going to walk away. You know, I'm going to walk into the next big thing, next battle. Okay, who's ready? You know, it's like they always have big things to do. They always have big things to go accomplish and to go explore. And I feel like they're not afraid of that at all. I was actually going to say they're not afraid of that anymore. So I really feel like there's something going on here in their childhood that, I don't know, they just don't deal with the right people. They get, I don't know, they're made fun of, or I don't know, there's something about that. But I really feel like they're able to move forward as they grow up, and they're always ready for more. I also feel like with this person right here, they could be at a distance eventually, and so that could be something that they kind of have to go through. It's almost like, I almost see the Six of Swords. It's almost like they have to find their way to each other again. I don't necessarily feel like here they wouldn't necessarily date. They could become like great friends. They could eventually date, but I feel like then there's like this distance, and they kind of need to find their way towards one another. And so I feel like their love life could be a little bit of a conundrum, because it's like they have this one person that is really aligned with them. And I feel like there's always going to be this feeling of like, nah, it's not that yet. You know, with every other person that shows up. It's like, nah, not you. You know? But yeah, let's see. Is there anything I've missed about this person? We have blessings. We have clarity. And we have reconciliation. Holy shit. What did I tell you? I really feel like there's something here, okay? So when they have their first heartbreak, just know that it's probably a twin flame. But I really feel like with these blessings and clarity, I feel like they will know exactly what they have, and they will know exactly how to appreciate it and how to create it, how to mold it, how to take care of it. And I feel like they're going to have this amazing ability to create blessings out of everything that they have. And I feel like they're going to be quite appreciative of everything that you give them as well. It's that thing. It's like they know that they're people. It's almost like they have this bubble of like looking into other people's lives, and it's like, oh my God, this is happening on the other side of the world. Oh my God, like just down the street, John is going through this. And I feel like whenever they are aware of it, it's just like, man, like look at the life that I have. I really feel like you're going to be quite grateful for everything. Gosh, and I'm even getting a little bit emotional, maybe or two, because I just feel like there's just so much love coming from this child to you, and coming from you to them. Like, seriously, it's just, this is just so beautiful. But let's see here, any other thing. We have family, for sure. It's definitely important. And we have that pessimistic energy, which I definitely feel like, I don't know, it's like they're really great at being optimistic to other people, but to themselves, like, oh no, this is awful. But we also have emotional, we have teacher. With that emotional, I definitely get a sassy energy. I feel like especially around their period, it could get complicated. But we have dog owner, we have Cancer. Yeah, and with Cancer, it's like they can be quite sweet, especially when they let you into their little shell. But they also have those claws, you know? They also have those little things. So it's like they can pinch you. And they can punch you. I really feel like this is the type of person that can punch you in the face if they have to. But Cancer is also the energy of like that fourth house, the house of the mother. So again, I really feel like there's just this really strong, beautiful bond that is happening between the two of you, even if you're not the mother here. Between the two of you, I just feel like there's going to be this amazing energy. There could be a specific dog that is going to be significant for others of you. Oh my God, didn't we talk about like this death thing could actually be a dog or a pet? Oh, that is great. I'm actually excited to go towards that death. But we have artist. Yeah, and I definitely feel like it'd be something fashion related. We also have bookworm. And can we get more? Okay. We also have short hair. They may rock that. I was actually going to say short curls. So if you are, well, I was going to say if you or your partner, as if you already know your partner, which for some of you maybe you don't. But this can eventually have short hair, this person. Or curly hair, gosh. Short curly hair, I feel like it would totally rock on them. We also have blue eyes. And we have Leo, which we actually also have that, like, that green ones. I definitely feel like they could be a Cancer Leo. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Because I actually feel like Cancer Leo is probably one of the hardest cusps to be. Because it's literally the sun and the moon, like two very opposing energies all within you. So, yeah. Good luck to your future kid. But, yeah, so I think that is it for your first child. Let's tidy this up. Drink a little water and get into your second child. And I actually, to be honest, I feel like for the death one, I think I'm gonna go more with the flow, because I really feel like this is most likely a pet, where if it is an adopted kid, it may be kind of, it's like they have a lot of like very tricky past or something like that, and so I feel like I don't know, and I feel like it's also kind of a little bit up to you. So, it's almost like you have some control over who that kid is, and especially death, that is all about transformation. So it's like the energy is still being transformed at some level. But yeah, let's get into your Hierophant, little baby, and let's see what we have here for you. So let's start with their personality. What can you tell us about our Hierophant? We have the Eight of Cups and the Page of Cups. This is someone that I feel like they take purpose very, very seriously. And I put our Queen of Cups back into the deck. I feel like this is someone that takes their purpose very seriously. I feel like they have this sense of like, this is what I want to do, and I'm gonna make it happen straight from the beginning, straight from a very young age. You know, I feel like they have this vision for themselves of like their perfect life, not necessarily perfect life, but it's like, if I was able to do this and to make this thing happen, it'd be awesome. You know, I feel like they are a dreamer straight from the beginning. They possibly have like a childhood interest that they really, really bond over. And it's something that, you know, they just grow up loving and loving and loving even more. And so that's something that they want to create a career in. So yeah, I definitely feel like this is someone that will imagine themselves kind of using their passion as a child, has a career. So I also feel like there could actually be something around the space, so maybe astronomy, because I'm getting like some sort of science, or something with like a lot of rules, maybe a lot of math, but like something with structure. So I do feel like it could be something about science, or something around those lines. But I definitely feel like this is someone that is going to be very committed to their goals and very committed to what they want to accomplish, and essentially like their dream life overall. I feel like even lifestyle, I feel like they're also a very commitment-oriented person. They could also be a little bit of a hopeless romantic. I am picking up a little bit more of a male kind of energy, but I would even say that it's like a feminine male, not necessarily in the sense of like a feminine man, but in the sense that their divine feminine is very activated, so they're a very sweet, kind, gentle soul that has a lot of love to give, you know, and it's very caring. And I feel like they really take loyalty very, very seriously. I also feel like there's something, they could have a really close best friend growing up. And I really feel like it's going to matter the world to them. You know, it's like unseparable best friends. There's also something coming on around that. And it's so sweet because I can actually look at this as, I don't know, not necessarily like you, sibling, and them, but maybe even like parents and them. There's this feeling of like, or again, for some of you, maybe even you're even like a single parent or something. You would know that already, I would say. But it's almost like you and your siblings, and it's like you're all a family and you're all together. There's also something around those lines. But I feel like they just love family so much that I feel like they really have this craving for them to create something similar to that, you know. And it's so beautiful because, it's so cute because this is actually something that I kind of go through with my family. It's like we have such a beautiful family that just I've always wanted from a very young age to be a mother because of it, because I just love my family so much, and I want to have that. I want to be able to create that for other children. And I kind of feel like it's going to be a little bit like that. It's like you're going to be such an amazing parent, and the relationship that all of you are going to have, it's going to be so amazing that I feel like all of your children are really going to be desiring the same for themselves in the future, and to create that for other children, because it's something that they truly value and something that they really, really appreciate that you have given them, I also feel like there's also something like, should I go back there? I'm hearing that. They could actually have something. They may not be totally aware of this, but they could actually have some sort of past life purpose that wasn't really, or I actually feel like it was fulfilled, but I feel like it's a bit frightening now to go back there, to go back to that purpose. Maybe it's the same purpose, but maybe there is a little bit of a blockage or a little bit of a fear that they're not going to make it or they're not good enough. And I feel like they fear that they're just going on this unknown path that it's not going to lead anywhere, and that maybe they're going to fail, So I feel like they could struggle a little bit with that. And as we say that, we have here choices, knowledge, and illumination. So I really feel like they're going to have a little struggle with making that decision of like, I really love this, but is this really the path for me? Maybe it's a little bit out there. Maybe I should just grow up and do something else. Because I feel like there could also be this thing of like, especially with the Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups, it's about like going into the unknown and growing, right? Finding out if there is more cup, if there is another cup to fulfill them. And there is. But I feel like they see that there is another cup to fulfill you, it's going to be something different. And if I don't do this, if I just stay with my career, if I just stay with my dream, then it's going to look like I didn't grow up at all. With this Page of Cups, I didn't mature at all. And I feel like they just grow up so mature already with the Hierophant that it's not that they need to mature anymore. It's just that there is more for them to experience when it comes to that dream. It's not just about staying there in their mind has a dream. It's about making it a reality, and I just feel like they know exactly what they want from a very young age. So they don't really need to mature much more in terms of that dream and in terms of career, because they are bored with that purpose. And I feel like they just always feel like a part of them is always still childish, and I feel like sometimes they feel like, maybe I shouldn't be so childish. Maybe I shouldn't feel so connected with my childhood. Maybe I should just go and do adult stuff, and find a real job or find another interest or something. I feel like sometimes they blame themselves for that, which is kind of sad because we deserve to be young forever, especially when it comes to dreams, and it's such a beautiful dream that I feel like they were born for that, so it's like, you deserve to have this. It's all yours. They could have really beautiful hair, but I would say that it could be like a very love-hate relationship. So we were actually picking up on short curly hair for your Queen of Cups, and I would say that they could also have curly hair, but it's a little bit wild, so they don't really know how to tame it, or they may have a little bit of a hard time taming it. And I feel like it kind of gets into a love-hate relationship. But I actually feel like if they learn to adore it, it's going to look so beautiful. And I really feel like it's something that they could appreciate a little bit more moving forward. Let's see here. Let's try and get some more information with the flower cards. So we have, and look at that bottom of the deck, we have self-acceptance. You are so much more, Birds of Paradise. So I really feel like there is this feeling of, like, your dream doesn't define you, just like your body doesn't define you, just like your raw hair doesn't define you, just like, you wanting to do something from your childhood has a career doesn't define you. It doesn't make you childish. And I feel like this kid is going to be afraid of that. Your child, I feel like they're going to be afraid of no, but it maybe does define me, and maybe it does make me childish. And there's just this thing of like, no, I need to grow up. I don't know why, but it feels like a really strong need. And it could, with a Hierophant, this is a lot about structure and about the people around you. And I kind of feel like it could be that they are trying to fit in a little bit too much. And when they try to fit in, I feel like they kind of start to lose themselves. And I feel like partly there could be a bit of jealousy towards the Queen of Cups, to be honest, because I feel like the Queen of Cups is so like wild and free. And I feel like they sometimes wish that they could just be so wild and free like the Queen of Cups. But I don't think that there's necessarily resentment or anything like that. It's just that sometimes they wish that they could be a bit like her, But we have over here April Blossoms, that choices, knowledge, and illumination. So I do feel like it's that thing. I feel like they were born really, really wise. I feel like they could actually, it's like they have this huge understanding of that thing, and they don't even need to learn so much. It's almost like they read something for the first time, and it's almost like they've read it 100 times before, because they have in a past life, but it just feels like that is just connected with them, that is just aligned with them, and it is because it's their life purpose. So I really feel like this is something that it's not going to go away just because this person wants to. If they choose to go towards a different career path, I feel like they would always kind of be a little bit sad and a little bit down, like, man, I kind of wish that I would have done that. I kind of wish that I wish that I could do that, but I can't. And I feel like they're always going to be longing for that and desiring to pursue it. But I really feel like they could have a really, really beautiful, prosperous, very powerful career if they choose to pursue that life purpose. And I would even say, like, family is really important to them, but I would see them focused on their career, like, quite a lot, for a very long time. Because there's almost this thing of like, I want to commit to someone that is going to be my future spouse. So I'm not going to commit to someone that I just like. It's like that person has to be the person. And so we even have here, can't treat Grammy a single smile. This for me, it's my player card. It's with William. This for me is my player card. And so I kind of get this feeling like they may be a little bit into just casual stuff until they find the one, or until they feel like it's the time for them to have a family. Because I feel like, they really want that. And I feel like they really want a commitment. But I don't think that it's like they have notion that right now I am committed to my career and I won't be committed to someone else. I really need to focus on this. I really need to focus on my path. I really need to focus on my dream for me to be able to create something solid for me to provide to someone else and to provide to my family. There is a little bit of that here. So they could go through a few casual things, but I don't see them having something serious straight away. But I was picking up on another message. Oh, what I was picking up on was that they could be quite like old school. So even when they want to marry someone, it's like they could go in, to that person's parents and ask their hand in marriage or something like that. Or they could have a very traditional wedding. They could, I don't know. It's like when they are truly committed to someone, it's like they take things very slow. And I feel like this is like, I'm hearing gentlemen, or it's just like this. I really feel like this is going to be a dude though, but like in more than in any other pal, I really get a strong like female for the first, male for this one, and a dog or pet for the death card. But I really feel like there is this feeling, even if they are a woman, there is a feeling of like wanting to take things slow and very like sweet and wanting to create a really good bond with their, father and mother-in-law. And just wanting everyone to be happy and to create a good environment. So that's also something. But we have over here Gardenia, awareness, wake up, roll the clouds away and look. And we have white carnation, devotion, be true and pure in thought and deed. So yeah, I really feel like this person is such a sweetie. And I feel like they are really, really, it's like when they commit to something, when they are devoted to something, they are devoted. They do care about that person. They do care about that situation. So that's why I feel like they're going to be so devoted to you and to the family that they were born in. And why it's going to feel so good to them, because it's something that matters to them and something that they truly care about, you know? And I definitely feel like with this awareness, wake up, roll the clouds away and look, there is a strong feeling of, I don't know, like, kind of, I feel like, to be honest, not scary, but I feel like, and to be honest, like, I feel like most of us kind of go through a little bit of a depressing state from time to time, or even, you know, in this particular phase in our lives, there are people that remain there and that do kind of need help, because it's a mental health issue just like anything else. But I do feel like they could go through a little bit of a depressive state where I feel like they do feel a little bit lost with that confusion between, like, should I follow what I want, or should I go back into, like, what is more traditional and just grow up and that kind of thing. But I feel like they're kind of slapping themselves in the face and be like, no, come on, you've got this. Let's wake up and let's get going. I feel like they're in their 18 to 21 ages could be quite conflicting, which is when you're kind of deciding, like, where you're going to go to college, what are you going to do with your career. I feel like it could be quite conflicting when they do that, because, again, they kind of want something, but at the same time, they're afraid of what other people are going to say. And I do feel like that's something that they're going to struggle with a little bit. All right. But let's see. Okay. Them has a child. We have the new moon. That's so interesting. Them has a young adult. We have the 8 of Swords. Why did I tell you? Yeah. And them has an adult. We have the Queen of Swords. Look at you rocking it. I love it. So it's so beautiful because they kind of make a match with his sister, you know. So it's like they're both rocking the world and making themselves known. It could also be that this could be a female in a more masculine profession, you know, job or something like that. So that could also be like the issue here, you know, the indecisiveness and all the internal conflict. But this 8 of Swords is literally what we were just talking about. On the 18 to 21, I do feel like that is going to be a very conflicting point. And they're really going to be hurting themselves. Maybe that is a little bit more depressive point, because I really feel like they're going to not know what to do. Because at the same time, they don't want to disappoint you, but they don't want to disappoint themselves. They don't want to disappoint society, and they don't want to disappoint anyone. And they just want everyone to be happy. But that's not really how it works. But I really feel like it's almost like at this point, they could cut their dreams away a little bit, you know, and put them a little bit to the side. I would say, I would see this person during this time to, it's like they kind of have to decide where to go and what to do. And they could go for a little time, like working at a very regular day-to-day job, you know, nothing related with their profession or their dream whatsoever. And I feel like that is kind of going to open up their eyes, like wake up and roll the clouds away and look. It's like, this is the life that you're creating right now. Is this what you want? Are you happy this way? And it's like, I feel like it just clicks for them one day. Maybe with a little bit of your help, maybe with a little bit of people around them, people that they care. But I feel like it just clicks for them one day, and they do wake up, roll the clouds away, and it's like, no, I don't want this. What I want is there. And I feel like then they go straight forward. No one can stop them. And I really feel like they are able to accomplish anything that they want. And that is the Queen of Swords. When they reach their adulthood, I really feel like they're like unstoppable. They could really make a name for themselves. And not necessarily has a person, but has... how do I say this? Not necessarily that people know their face, but they know their name. So, like, again, I'm getting a big scientist kind of vibe here. So it could be that, you know, they write a bunch of articles that are really significant and really, you know, improve science and the world, whatever scientists do. And it's like they're really, really known. There's something around, like, they really make a difference. They really cause an impact. I'm also getting a teacher. For others. So it could be that, you know, they're the teacher that everyone remembers when they're 80. They always remember, I remember Miss Scott. She was so nice, you know? And I feel like they're going to have an amazing impact on those kids and possibly like empowering them to follow their dreams and all that. But them has a child. I also feel like at this point, there's really this strong feeling of I'm the leader of my family, so I need to step up and I need to create something good, and I'm not going to bring my family down. I'm not going to disappoint them. It's like, I'm going to be there for my family, you know? Again, that strong family thing, that is so important to them. And with the Queen of Swords, that is also them kind of pushing people away until they find the one. And I do feel like they're going to find the one eventually. Could be, not that it matters to you, but it could be a Sagi eventually. And I feel like it's going to bring a lot of fun into their life. And it's going to lighten them up. There's something about like their future spouse is going to be super goofy, and possibly really different from their usual type or something, and that is what's going to catch them. It's like, I feel like they're going to know from the moment they see that person and they hear the first hi. It's like, you're it. I don't care what happens. I don't care how it's going to happen. You're it. And I feel like that's truly when they kind of shift the ship and they get into that, we're going to get married, but them has a child with this new moon. It's that thing. I feel like it's like they get out of yours or your future spouse cuckoo, and it's like, oh, baby, I feel like they're just so enlightened straight away. Because again, I really feel like this is a hobby, an interest that they have from a very young age. So for example, if it is that astronomy thing, is like they see a planet, and they're like, oh my god, that is such a cool planet. They get really drawn to rocket ship, stuffed toys, it's like everything in their room would be related with astronomy, with space and everything. It's like I really feel like they're gonna get that interest from a very young age. And especially with the new moon, there is this feeling of like it being out there and a little bit more, I don't know how to rephrase this, a little bit more, not necessarily woo, but starry. There's something about like a little bit more starry. So it could also be, it doesn't necessarily have to be astronomy or anything like that, or a scientist, but it could be something related with stars. So perhaps celebrities or something. Maybe this person wants to be like a manager, or is it called an agent? I think it is. I'm sorry, at this point I'm kind of tired, but I think you know what I mean. And I definitely feel like in terms of like how they are as a child, I feel like they're actually someone, especially with the hands, I feel like there's someone that you can actually mold in a way. Because here with the Queen of Cups, like she's holding the moon, so it's like there's not much you can do. It's like she's magical. You just push her in the right direction, and you just try to not get her in trouble. With this person, it's like you can mold them a little bit, and you can mold their mindset. But there's this thing of like I feel like they're also very possibly introverted and a bit more towards themselves, and not really wanting to explore the world much, because what they want to explore is out there. What they want to explore is inside of them, and it's in their room, it's in their surroundings. So I feel like they don't really get too drawn to like too many friends or something like that. But yeah, I feel like they're actually going to be an amazing kid. I don't really see them getting into too much of a trouble. Even as a teenager. I really don't see them getting into too much of a trouble. To be honest, they may actually be a little bit nerdy. So I feel like they're going to be like not necessarily straight A's and all that, but I feel like they're really going to enjoy just studying, and finding new things and learning in general. So I feel like they're always most likely going to be in their room rather than just hanging around and just going out there. So yeah, I feel like your Queen of Cups, she could be a troublesome teenager. So yeah, I actually feel like there could be not too much of a long distance between them. Maybe even 7 months. 7 months in the sense like this lady right here is born, then 7 months you're conceiving them, the Hierophant, and then you know how it works. 9 months later they come out. So it could be something like that. Alrighty. But let's see here how their relationship with you and family is going to be. We have the Nine of Swords. I really feel like there's like such a strong fear of disappointment and fear of maybe I'm not enough, maybe I'm not what you were hoping for, maybe I'm not this, maybe I'm not that. I really feel like that thing of like they did it in the past life. Maybe they did it at the cost of people they love. And I feel like that's why now they are so focused on, I want to have a family. I want to, I don't want to disappoint anyone. I want people to like me. There's a little bit of that. And I do feel like it could be because of that past life thing where I feel like they did go towards their dream and they made it happen, but it could have been at a cost of something. And I do feel like they're going to be quite hard on themselves. Especially career-wise. And especially with the 9 of Wands, I do feel like they're going to love you unconditionally. It's like wherever you need them, they're going to be there, wherever you go, they're going to go with you if you need them there. And I actually feel like they could literally go. Like, if you decide to move towns, they're going to be like, all right, where are you going? It's like they don't even question it. Because, again, I actually don't think that they are going to have, like, too many friends. I feel like they don't fully mind it, especially until they reach this phase. I feel like this is when they start going out a little bit more. And so I feel like that's where they kind of want to settle down a little bit. But even if it is, like, vacation, family vacation, for example, I feel like they're super down for that. They don't really mind it. Your Queen of Cups, they absolutely adore family, but sometimes it's like they may really enjoy going on vacation with you. It's just that they may actually want to go party and go a little bit out, But this person, I don't really see them doing that. But they absolutely adore you. It's just that they're more in their own zone, in their own space. So how do they relate with the world? What is their relationship with the world? We have 8 of Wands, which is kind of, like a plane. So there we go with the, like, something up there. Something with stars. But with a higher priestess here, there is a strong sense of, like, I feel like they really know what they're supposed to do. I just feel like they doubted out of fear of disappointment. But they really, really know what to do. And also, I feel like they sometimes, with other people, I feel like they keep getting disappointed. And they keep getting... I don't know, it's like people don't see their worth and people don't see how valuable they are. And I feel like that's, their first heartbreak could be quite big. Maybe that's why what it kind of gets them into this thing of, I'm not going to date anyone unless I really know them and unless I really, really see marriage potential here. I'm not going to make anything official with anyone until that happens. Because I really feel like their first heartbreak could be quite big. And maybe that's even what leads to the more depressive or more like settling down kind of phase. But I definitely feel like they relate, and like their relationship with the world, I feel like it is always like, okay, let's keep going. I feel like it is also a little bit detached and very perhaps like aloof. So I feel like there's this feeling. I also feel like they're a great leader. So I feel like whenever they're in a leadership role, I feel like they actually thrive quite a lot. And it boosts their confidence a whole lot. But I almost feel like there is this thing of I don't think that they really know how to deal with drama, especially in the beginning. I feel like as they grow up and especially when they step into this Queen of Swords era, there's really this feeling of they gain that confidence, and so they're able to tackle conflict and to tackle drama, especially at the workplace. But I feel like especially when they're a little bit younger, they don't really know how to, because I don't think that they're really good at communicating with people except in a leadership role. But even getting into that leadership energy, I feel like it's going to take them a little bit. But I definitely feel like when it comes to the ladies, or when it comes to the opposite sex, whatever, or when it comes to whatever sexual, whatever gender they are sexually attracted to, I feel like they're a really smooth talker, especially with that Sweetie William is like, how you doing? So I really feel like they're gonna deal good with their hookups, let's say. But let's get here into these final cards for your Hierophant. Is there anything I've missed? Yeah, lighten your load. I really feel like they're going to be hard on themselves. We also have Friendship. Especially with Manifestation, it's like they're always waiting for the perfect friend. I feel like that would eventually show up. But I don't know, there's this feeling of like my perfect friends exist in another lifetime, so I cannot do this. Like I cannot have a serious friend. But I feel like they're going to have it eventually. But we do have this Friendship and Happiness. So I do feel like they are supposed to be a happy child. they are supposed to be free, to be who they are, especially with empowerment here. Look at that. And even psychic abilities. Wow. It's that thing. It's like that confirmation of the past life, right? But I really feel like they are supposed to be who they are meant to be, and they will be it. But and I feel like once they do that, they're going to be like the happiest person ever. I really feel like they're going to be really, really happy with you. And especially with the butterflies, like when they allow themselves to transform and to just become who they are, they're really going to have a lot of impact in the world and share their voice. Like when they truly share their voice, they really have a lot of impact. And especially with the psychic abilities and like this, they could be cutting into the occult, to be honest. Because I feel like they're so curious. I feel like they could be cutting into the occult and they could actually have like rituals or something. Yeah. What else do we have here? Anything else about this Hierophant? So we have Pisces. I don't know if I mentioned, but we have Taurus energy. We have Pisces, Libra. Yeah, that's essentially it. We also have, oh yeah, and we can look at that. We have a Libra here. So another confirmation. We also have Empath. We have Drama Queen or King. We have Engineer. So there we go with a little bit more scientific kind of thing. We also have Family. No surprise to see that one there. We also have Short Hair. Is everyone in your family like with short hair? What is going on there? My goodness. These are way too much. And dog owner again. Again, I really feel like that death is a dog. Where I feel like it's a dog though, but it could be like just any pet. But we also have Exercise. And it's so interesting because where are we talking about that with your Queen of Cups? Like something that you incorporate in this lifetime. I think it was with the Queen of Cups. Maybe it was with another pal. But I really feel like something that you incorporate, like your own habits, your own routines, I feel like they're going to matter a lot to your children. Because I feel like they're going to pick up on that. And I feel like they're going to really love to do them, you know. And it's going to stick with them. But we also have Leo here. I feel like, you know, deep down, I feel like they do love being the center of attention. I just feel like they don't know how to express it and how to be the center of attention. And I feel like, especially at first, they don't know if they are worthy of being the center of attention, you know? So I feel like that kind of, I don't know, not necessarily that it hurts them a little bit, but I feel like that kind of brings them down a little bit because I really feel like they could struggle with insecurities growing up. And especially with that thing of like, and we were talking about comparing to the Queen of Cups, right? With the Nine of Swords, that is definitely confirmation. I really feel like they're always going to feel like they're lacking something because like the Queen of Cups are already doing so good in their career and they're amazing. Like how can I compare, you know? But yeah. It is interesting that we have that drama Queen and King because I really don't pick up on that at all from this person. So I would even say that it's almost like their potential of like they can be how would I say this? They can be the drama resolver queen/king, you know? It's like, if there is drama going on, when they get into that Queen of Swords point, it's like, no one can stop me. Like, we're not going to have drama in the office. We're not going to have this thing going on here. So, get out, get your shit together, and then come back. You know, it's like they're going to be super good at resolving conflict or something. But, yeah. So, let's look into that death and get a few cards. I really feel like that is an animal, though. So we're going to go a little bit more with the flow and see what happens. So tell me more about this death. It'd be interesting if we have like strength because that is literally a lion. But we have the Knight of Swords and we have Justice. So there's something here about like creating balance into this situation. I also feel like they're going to have a lot of energy, but there's this feeling of like creating balance into the situation. Even if this is like a kid you would end up adopting, it's like I feel like they're actually going to be able to bring all of you together even closer. It's like this is, I really feel like this is a pet because both of them had dog owner, I believe it was with the Queen of Cups. Um, but there's this feeling of like it's going to be the bond of the family. Not that it needs to be there, but it's just this energy of even whenever there is a fight, it's like this person is able to calm things down, or this pet is able to just go and, well, I don't know, wiggle them out, and everything is okay. Um, but I do feel like with this Knight of Swords, like they're always going to be Russian. They're always going to be with energy if they're a pet, and I feel like they're really going to um not stop a lot. I also get this feeling of like they could be really really smart, really really smart. To be honest, they could even be gifted, because I get these feelings like where they could, I don't know, they have a really high IQ, like they could be quite gifted. Because I really feel like there's this feeling of like they're abnormally oh my gosh, abnormally smart. There's something about that. I also feel like this is someone that is common. Well, I mean, I feel like everyone that is part of your life, they are soulmates and they were part of your past life eventually. But I actually feel like the three of you, kind of had a lot of past lives together, and so this is like a reconciliation again, just in a different way. And I feel like with this manifestation, it's like I feel like this is going to be the perfect kid or the perfect pet for you. You know, I feel like this is really going to be exactly what you need at that moment. Because especially, you know, we were talking about how your last pregnancy could be quite risky. I feel like after that, you may lose a little bit of hope. And I feel like this is exactly what you need after it. You know, I feel like this is really going to bring you hope and love and joy back into your life. And I feel like it's going to allow you to dream a little bit bigger and to do a little bit more, to be a little bit more. And I feel like it's really going to lighten up and get back to life. There's something about that. They could also help you transform a lot of your views of the world and how you deal with the world, how you communicate with the world. I feel like they're going to have a lot of impact on you. I also feel like there's something about like they could be quite we were talking about that, like them being incredibly smart. They could be gifted also with psychic abilities. I don't think that they're going to be aware of it though, because I actually feel like they're pretty down to earth. But I feel like it's like they are a channel from the universe and from your guides, and so it's like sometimes they just say things that it's just like, oh my god, I really need to hear that, you know. So I feel like they're going to be really enlightened. Or if it is a pet, it's like you're just going to look into their eyes and it's like, you're right, I should do this, you know? But we have Camellia, peace, be calm and calm will come. It's like this person is the peacemaker. Even if there is conflict in your family, because, I mean, there's always conflict. It's just part of being human. This person, I really feel like they're going to be there and just soothe everything down. And we have Moth Orchid, communication, listen and speak with greater care. So it's exactly, well, it's a little bit of the same, like listen and speak with greater care. There's this feeling of them really knowing what to say, when to say it, how to say it, in which tone, to who. I really feel like they're going to be quite amazing when it comes to it. I also feel like with communication here, there's that confirmation of like the things that they say, it's like they're beyond this world. The things that they say, they are truly magical, you know? And I really feel like it's going to have a lot of impact in your lives. I feel like if this is a person, I do feel like they could, not necessarily motivational speaker, but they could actually be like a life coach or something. I feel like their voice is going to be, or a writer. I'm also picking up on a writer. Their voice, their words, they have a lot of impact and they matter a lot. And I feel like doing that as a career would really do them good. What else do we have? We have, oh my god, Sacred Lotus Alignment. There we go. It's like this person is really it. I really feel like they're a huge channel from the universe. That's amazing. We also have Gerard Daisy, purity, truthfulness, and innocence. I really get this I don't know, this feeling of even if they are a pet, it's like they are just so sweet and gentle and pure. And I feel like they could have been abused in some way, growing up, possibly in an orphanage or or even just, by their parents or family or whatever. And it's like they're just a sweet, kind soul. And it's like, how could ever anyone do that to them, And I don't know, I feel like they have a past that is too dark for all the sweetness and innocence that they are. It's like they didn't deserve that at all. And I feel like they're such a strong person, even as a pet. I really feel like if they are a pet, they could have suffered a lot of abuse, but they're still like just this pure soul wanting care and love. But yeah, we also have here rainbows and messages. When it rains, look for rainbows. When it's dark, look for stars. So I really feel like this is going to be like really. That's why I kind of feel like this is a pet, because I feel like it's just going to be. First of all, it's going to be exactly what you need at the perfect time for everyone. It could be that the Queen of Cups is losing hope in love because all they see is hookups. It could be that it's the perfect pet you get when the Hierophant is going through that more depressive state. You try to get pregnant again, but you can't. And it comes in the perfect timing because, like, it just brings so much love to the family. I feel like this is going to be everything you need for everyone. And it's just going to fill the whole house with so much joy. And I do feel like this is going to be a blessing. Okay. And again, with the messages, it's like they're definitely. I'm hearing they're sent from heaven. They're sent from heaven, and so it's almost like they're a little angel. It's like they're your personal human angel or dog angel that is able to pass on the messages directly to you. That is really beautiful. So we also have determination and creative achievement. You can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have. So there we go. If this is a person, I really feel like they could be a writer. And actually, it could be both. So it could be that you actually get a pet and this person. It could be. Why not? But I feel like they're kind of stubborn though. Both pet, both person, I feel like they're kind of stubborn. I feel like they know what they want and they're not going to stop until they have it. To a fault sometimes, I would say. To a fault sometimes. But I feel like that's also going to make it funny. Or not funny, but I feel like it's going to be amazing to see their process because they're not going to give up. It's like when they actually have it, they just get so happy and it's like they just come to life, And so I think it's going to be really beautiful to see them accomplishing that and to see their growth and to see them on their journey. So, yeah. But is there anything else? We have empath. I feel like they're going to feel your emotions quite well. So we have weird pet owner. I was just thinking, like, if dog owner comes out, it's like, this is definitely a dog. And we have weird pet owner. So it's this thing. It's almost like it's a dog that feels a little too human, or a pet for any matter. But I definitely feel like it could be a dog though. But we also have charming. They could have really irresistible eyes, and I feel like it could be what draws you to them. We also have lawyer. There we go with the peacemaking. We have humble, honesty and loyalty. We have 30 to 35. That could be some significant ages, maybe even for you. Come here. We also have cancer, and we have listen. So I really feel like this is going to be an amazing listener. Funny enough, we don't have, a talker. So maybe all they could say was ruff ruff. But I do feel like they're going to be an amazing support. Even if they are a person, I feel like they're really going to know how to listen. And again, whatever they say it with honesty, but they say it with this, I don't know, just this magical wording and just this wisdom to them, But I really feel like this is going to be someone that, they're basically an outsider, but the second they step into your house, is like their family straight away. I feel like even the moment that you see them, it's like, yeah, that is the kid, that is the dog, that is the cat, that is the fish, whatever the case may be, it's like, that is it. And I really feel like it's going to be an amazing addition to the family, and it's going to be exactly what you want. And maybe that's why, this is such a spiritual person, and it's definitely a blessing to you. That's why I feel like the death card it's here. With, I think, of the transformation, things are still in the process of transforming and being created and all of that. Because I really feel like there is this feeling of, oh, you know what it is? I feel like the shape that they come into, it's still being defined. I don't think it's still defined if they are going to become a dog, a cat, a pet, or if they are going to become a person. I feel like that is still being decided, like in which way it's going to be incarnated, depending on what is going on and what is the best for you at the moment. Because again, it's going to be a blessing, it's going to be sent from heaven, it's going to be sent by your guides, by the universe. And so whatever shape they come into, it's going to be exactly what you need. Okay? So, wow, this is really powerful. This is really interesting. So, yeah. Now we're going to finish this up with, come here, with some messages from your kids. So, or from your future babies. And I just saw 44. How amazing. You're definitely protected and aligned. You actually have a lot. Wow. So this could be like messages that they want to tell you for anything in your life right now, anything you need to hear at this moment. So just take that however it resonates. But yeah, so we have Star Family. You are part of a team of souls, calling and support. They're with you already. Okay, they're all around you, and it's like, again, it's like all of you. You've just lived so many lifetimes together. Everything is falling into place. I would even say, I even wonder, like, what is going to be your relationship with your partner when you have these kids? Or, again, who is going to be the other person in this, in the conception of this, if you are a single parent? Because I would even say that your relationship with that person is also very powerful, and it could be quite spiritual as well. Because I feel like this whole family is just, like, very starseed type of thing. So I feel like it's going to be quite magical. But we have Star Family, we have Deep Cellular Healing, Taurus Energy, Physical and Emotional Healing. We have You're Not For Everyone, Embrace Your Weirdness, Face Your True North. Breath of the Cosmos, My Will to Thy Will, Micromanaging the Universe. We have over here Meditation, Healing, and Yes, This Is Real. And we have Play, Have Fun, Celebrate, Don't Be So Serious, and Deep Replenishment. These two actually go pretty well together. Retreat, Rest, Be Held. So, first of all, one of the messages clearly is take care of your body, you know? Make sure that you're having fun, make sure that you're resting and that you're breathing through life and that you're not just rushing through it and making things happen. I feel like one message that I was picking up on, your future partner, you could already be connecting with them. You could already know them somehow, some way, or you're really close to. If you just, I don't know, I mean, we're not really here to look at your love life, but there's this feeling of like whatever you're healing right now is super powerful and is going to bring your future spouse and you together, closer together. Because again, this is a really powerful spiritual pal. So I really feel like your partner here is going to be really powerful and spiritual as well. So I really feel like if you're already dating someone, it could very well be that that person is already it. It could very well be that if you're talking to someone, it could be that things lead that way. There's definitely something here that you're healing from. It, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this is like some sort of twin flame energy. And it's almost like right now you're healing and you're in separation phase. And right now you're healing because you need to align with each other for you to be able to reconcile. And it's so interesting how, didn't I say like with that Queen of Cups, like I was hearing someone say, is that me? Because we were talking about how the Queen of Cups has a twin flame, right? So I definitely feel like it could be a very similar story. Maybe the two of you will bond really well because you have such a similar story. But, and especially with the yes, it's like, yes, that is the person. Yes, that is the path. But I also feel like there is a career message here besides the relax, don't burn yourself out and everything, which is like, if there's something that you want to do, okay, please do it. Embrace your awareness, embrace your dreams, and have fun. Like, creating your life, what I'm hearing is creating your life a playground where, like a metaphorical playground, where one day maybe you feel like being a social media creator. Another day you feel like being a doctor. Another day you feel like being this. And it's like, make your life a playground. Make your life something that you can have fun in, something exciting, and something that you're proud of and that you're happy with, okay? I feel like that is also very important. And then with meditation, you may need to connect with your guides a little bit more, okay? So don't be afraid to do that. But there is, with this micromanaging the universe, let go of control. Everything is happening exactly as it needs to, especially if this relates to a relationship that you're in separation from. It is happening exactly as it's supposed to, okay? So don't let them hurt me. We also have thank you. Be kinder to yourself and me. Oh gosh, come here. I don't like being around them. Strong. And I'm sorry I disappointed you. So I kind of feel like, I feel like whatever you were healing here, I feel like there's something about, like, you needed to get away because it wasn't aligned with you at that moment. I don't necessarily, okay, we kind of need to look into this. Separation, what did I tell you? Healing family issues, again, but give your relationship a chance, because I really feel like you deserve this. What did I say? I really feel like this is aligned with you, and it could be that very soon, you're something could be happening here, but I really feel like right now the separation is important because you weren't ready to give to each other what you wanted. And I would say, like, this thing of I don't like being around them, don't let them hurt me. This is your inner child talking. This is actually my inner child deck. So I feel like at the time you weren't aligned with each other, and I don't necessarily get a super toxic thing here. If that is the case, then this is not the person that we're talking about. This is someone that you're about to meet, and possibly someone that you're manifesting. But if this is someone that, I don't know, it just didn't work, and maybe this person did disappoint you or something, I feel like it was because you weren't aligned with each other. And I even feel like you could have, there's something within you that you need to heal, that I do feel like it is related with how you treat yourself, how you see yourself in commitment, how you allow yourself to be in commitment, okay? So I feel like you need to look into, like, what are your habits when you're in commitment? What are your habits, or what are your thought processes? Do you get jealous? Do you get controlling? Are you freeing? Are you open-minded? Like, how are you truly? What are your habits? How do you treat other people? I feel like there's something there for you to, and how do you treat yourself in your relationship more than anything, okay? Because especially with this, be kinder to yourself and me, and this, like, play and deep replenishment, it's like you get too attached to people, and maybe you forget to take care of yourself. You always want to take care of everyone else, and you forget to take care of yourself. It's like, ask yourself, what do you do? How do you act? Okay? And I feel like you are the answer. Your relationship with yourself, your self-talk, maybe you put yourself down, like, oh, there are other people that are way prettier, way more hot than me, and this person is just going to leave me. Like, what are your thought processes? What do you tell yourself when you're in a relationship? That is what you need to look into to either speed up the reconciliation or to speed up the manifestation of that new person, okay? So I'm going to say that again. If you just broke up or you just ended something with someone toxic, it was toxic AF, this person was bad to you, they abused you in any way, shape, or form, that is not the person, okay? That is not the person. And that is what they're telling you to heal from and to move away from, okay? But I do feel like you could very well, even if that is the case, you could very well already be connecting with that person. So it could be like a friend or someone you just know passing by, but I feel like you could have already seen that person at the very least. The one that is supposed to be, your future partner, okay? So yeah, and just know that you've got this, okay? Because you are strong. Your future babies see you as super strong and resilient, and they want you to know that they are proud of you, okay? So this is what I have for you. I hope it got you excited. If you already have kids, please let me know if this is you, if this aligns with you. I would love to hear that. But definitely don't forget to smash like button for me and subscribe if you haven't already. That is the easiest way for you to support me. And if you want to support me any further, we can get a private reading, or you can also check out my Patreon, where we have self-care content and twin flame readings. And what else? If you're interested in looking into your individual zodiac signs or cusp readings, that is going to be on my other two channels, the Sunny Virgo and the Sunny Virgo Tarot. Okay? So, that being said, I love it very much. I wish you the best, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!